Connect to server.
Why is map 2 is not entered? That's terrible. There we go. That's almost cinematic considering I've got like black bars at the top and bottom because I don't show my taskbar.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. Oh. Loading campaign. I'm like, how much shit has been added? Oh, that's not a lot.
Nothing really.
Yeah, but since someone provoked the ogres, I feel like giants, I should say. I feel like
No, Manica, I'm sure, has had that stuff created for a long while.
That's true. He knew it was going to happen, you know? So it's like...
I mean, you don't put a whole bunch of giants next to anyone and don't expect them to be killed eventually.
No, I got that message from that black dragon and I immediately aggroed him, so...
Here's what Sheep has taught everyone. Viewers, players, DM in this particular case, this particular campaign. Valignith might fight anything in any given year, in any given situation. He could pick a fight with literally anyone. Yeah. In response to, like, whether he was going to do anything with Thunderholm, his reply was, I don't think so.
Yeah.
So...
No, yeah, like, no one is like, oh, why would they try and make deals with other people? Like, it's like, no, yeah, I get it.
In my defense, it was the most honest
answer. You don't have
answer.
A defense. There is no defense.
It was the most honest answer I could give at the time.
Hey, you're a dragon. Who gives a shit? You have the power to do whatever you want. So, I mean, not whatever you want, but I feel like...
Yeah. Valignith is very much operating under the timetable of, like, fuck you, I do what I want. He is a teenager. We are teenagers.
I want to say...
Where Cicatrix isn't a teenager.
My character is in, like, the 40s, 50s, where it's like, I gotta, like, do all the things I did do when I was, I did get to do. Or she's just bitter. She might have been, like bitter pensionist.
We're not going to be adults until after a century. We're still young dragons.
Yeah. It's a good thing that most of the Cicatrix's pride was utterly destroyed in her own home by an evil witch, because it seems like, no, yeah, these people are really young, but,
Was Yathel really evil?
Yeah, I feel like she was I feel like personally, just...
Who am I going to trust, Yathel or a black dragon?
Yeah, I mean,
what is evil?
I mean, we are
what
all
is
evil.
Trust?
We are the worst kind of evil as well. We are chaotic evil.
I am absolutely not chaotic evil.
You are not?
No!
Oh. Well, I am.
Yeah, I'm completely not the petulance that either of you dragons are.
Are you lawful evil?
I started this campaign neutral. I saw myself as the most kind-hearted of the dragons, and I think that plays out when I don't immediately want to suplex like people who come to talk to me. Valignith gets an emissary from a black dragon, and his response is to immediately to slay the emissary and then, like, to defecate like in the Lake of Dragon.
I mean, I didn't defecate on the one that came, but to be fair, they were like, I'm the king of the lake, and I just know that's not true. Like, surely this youngster is not the king of the lake.
Well, if a black dragon shows up above Tazir, I'm looking forward to, like, you having a dragon-on-dragon fight.
Yeah. I mean...
Unless you don't want to reveal the fact that you're a dragon.
I mean, really, what would be funny is if Cormyr came and took care of the black dragon. Like, they're in the area anyway.
Well, like, if Cormyr comes in, they might not come out. Like, it was...
Yeah, that's the problem.
It took effort for me to get them out of Elm, let alone... Well, that wasn't really even my intent, but it happened. It's kind of my intent.
Just stick their nose in everything.
After I
can't they
invited
try
them
and govern
down.
their own fucking place?
We dragons are fucking sticking our noses in everything. What the fuck?
Yes,
That's
but we're
true.
the superior race. We're there. Who are these pesky humans? And half-elves? Probably.
I feel like I figured out how to make sure that Cormier can't influence something.
You can destroy
You know,
it.
that
Burn it in fire.
exactly. They can't influence something that is on
I don't
fire.
think that's true. Symbia is more powerful than us, and they haven't figured out how to stop Cormier from influencing something.
I mean, they might be more powerful, but
yeah.
they're less creative.
Fire. I am death.
I think money affords them quite a lot of creative flexibility.
I mean, so far their plan has been to make as much trouble in Dragon Coast, and I'll say there's a lot of trouble going on. So
I still think they're trying to figure out though how you attacking giants like it goes into their Distrad Cormier plan.
You know, that's the thing. They're just not creative enough to realize that it's in their benefit.
This is one of those things where like the dragon is like, third and like fourth order like logic lines, and the humans are like, what?
who
It's an
expected
investment.
that Sembia, somewhere, some functionary now has the job of how to figure out how to make giants and Cormier become friends, so that it will actually drag Cormier into the conflict?
I would not like that to happen. That seems like an awful time.
I mean, it's indisputable that humans are the rulers on Faerun. It's indisputable.
Yeah, but should they be though?
What?
There's just so many of them.
Just
Yeah. I mean,
they've beaten giants, they've beaten dragons. Like, it's irrefutable.
And it's usually mages who do it.
yes. Let's
So
destroy
Reckless
all
basically had a
mages and
weird
witches
shock
and
whenever he heard about wizards.
all of them. I
God.
say, let's make another spell plague and eradicate magic once and for all.
I feel like Ari and Jonas could just like get together for like and have like a fucking convention on how much they hate wizards, unless they're
I
wizards.
mean, really, just because a wizard hurt me?
That was a
And you know, I don't care if
plot-relevant
it hurt other people. But
Imaskari wizard coming up from Deep Imaskar, studying things. He was promptly used as a scapegoat for ogres and all sorts of mean giant creatures.
Like,
Tumbling up and
that
taking
immediately
the salad
happened, and
out
Jonas
for
was
example.
like, "No, this will not be
You
allowed to
will
be in
not
our
work
realm."
with a mortal wizard. It will not happen. I will hear nothing he has to say. You must die. And he did. Well, he sort of left, I guess.
Yeah,
This
he
is
left,
fucking not
like,
worth the
this isn't
trouble.
worth it, man.
Yeah, we still haven't seen what he's up to, but
Comes back like in a century, like, "Hey, so these giants out of the valley yet?" Well, there's a purple worm here now. I see.
turns out last time it was run by Kindergarten of Dragons.
Oh, I love the idea of dragon
I gotta
kindergarten
go back and watch that.
led by Basarek.
Yeah. Oh, how quickly you've grown.
But those poor Nathlin monks also got the short end of the stick
Oh
too.
yeah, well, no, they also got completely destroyed. I mean, there's a reason the valley is so empty. Like, we've done nothing in it anytime recently, because there's just nothing left.
Hell, Basarek got once like the giants got once the Serpentine Arrow got provoked to like come after us, like everything just ended here in the valley.
It's almost like we can draw parallels to what happened then. And what might happen soon.
As soon as the hierarchy is defeated, Valignant's gonna be like, I want to move out. I don't feel like living in these mountains anymore.
But like, I promised to topple every single stone they had ever built, and I will. And that's going to be a project.
I
Yeah, it's
mean,
gonna take a
he
few
already
years.
considers moving because now there's a sick dragon in his home.
Hey, Thunderhome, by chance, have you built anything on top of like giant ruins or monuments? I'm asking for a friend.
Yes. Between the massive watchtower.
Mm.
Yeah.
They have their hippogriffs, no, griffins there.
That's pretty cool.
Hmm.
They're probably gonna destroy it though.
Well, you got to use those to tow the big earth moats you want to move around.
Of course.
I mean, who else is gonna do it, right?
Yeah.
Dragon friend? No.
I'll just melt them.
Yeah, Thunderhum's doing alright.
They have survived
Not
being
great,
this close
but
to a
alright.
dragon for a while, so
You could say them and the dragon are pretty close. At least it feels that way, sort of geographically. But perhaps we should do a recap? If anyone feels up for that.
Sure, I reckon I can do that. See
Okay.
how reliable my notes are.
Oh.
Last time, things happened. Among those many things that happened, apparently Thunderhome sent an envoy to Emmy because they had heard that, oh yeah, Redden-Sears is being protected from Velignif, and maybe they can get in on that deal because who knows what's gonna happen there. My notes say that I think this is a preposterous idea, and I agree with my notes. Because Velignif wants nothing but the best for them. But, you know. They've continued building their road towards the north, circumventing Elversult, which I've also noticed. Which is, it's okay. They still have to go through Elversult if they want to go east and presumably north. Oh, that's fine. Velignif had heard of a silver dragon in the southern Giants Run Mountains, who apparently is to credit for chasing away one of the red dragons that had been laying siege to the trade road and asking for toll money and such. Quite a big one, supposedly. And that silver dragon apparently, chased it away. As it turns out, that silver dragon, however, was terribly sick by some sort of dragon plague or whatever, and was basically on death's door when Velignif arrived, or when his messenger arrived, basically, and it was invited to come to the Dragon Fang, initially to talk, to make a bit of a deal, to pacify Thunderhome, but that went a strange direction, as instead now the Fane houses a dead and a sick and contagious silver dragon, so that's fun. The red dragon's name was apparently Hazafay, the Midnight Sun, who is very much still alive, as brutish and proud as a red dragon can be, apparently. Still lives somewhere, but left. Didn't want to do anything with that, sick silver dragon. So, yeah. Apparently a monk messenger arrived at the Dragon Fang later, a Nephilan monk, who was sent by his clan Zune, to observe Velignif because they are trying to figure out whether the Western dragons can sort of work as a replacement for the Eastern dragons, which are involved in some sort of celestial bureaucracy, which sees the dragon kind as almost angel-like things that lead with wisdom and such. And they want to see if the Western dragons, as Velignif is supposedly the absolute paragon, which is objectively true, whether he suffices in that regard. The Dragon Plague was investigated for a little bit, using Velignif's rituals that he had available. And they figured out that it apparently came far from the south. Supposedly, the way to combat it is to just rest and be cool, literally. So beyond that, there doesn't seem to be a cure. The exact cause, I don't think he figured out, but surely it's some terrible ploy to, a weapon against Dragonkind and all that, but he can't really do anything about that, so that's a bit The Cicatrix was contacted by a black dragon who demanded tribute. I think the request was rather polite, actually. There was a bit of a deja vu, considering that Velignov was asked a very similar thing, although that messenger was a huge dick, and I don't feel bad for killing him on the spot. During the Empire phase, I almost said our reign phase, the war between the Dragonflame, Velignov, and the hierarchy kicked off, and was actually quite successful. Some of the territory that the hierarchy had being taken first by Velignov and then by Emmy swooping in and taking the southern watchtower overlooking her trade road. So that's great. Except now that the Giants may be realizing that they've got troubles fighting against Velignov's guerrilla siege tactics here, having lost one of their assets, like their defensive terrain asset, I believe, and have presumably now decided to just, come up here and smack us in a more personal attack rather than playing the long grand strategy game here. So that's a thing. I'm sure I forgot a bunch of things. My notes are somewhat narcissistic, I've just noticed, because they're mostly about things that happened to me.
Yeah, I feel like the notes might be written as if they're in a Velignov's journal.
Pretty much, yeah.
Two addendums. One would be that my dragon did assist in looking into the affliction that plagued Rearmanthir, the silver dragon that is currently staying at the Dragon Fane. The disease is most likely of magical origin, relating to divine action.
Oh yeah, like the divine something of plague or whatever that was apparently pissed off by a dragon, presumably.
Perhaps Talona, the goddess of sickness and plague.
Maybe.
Yeah. Also worth noting, if you missed the start of last session, viewers, is that a new hero has been generated. And so you can check the start of last session for details involving that hero.
Yes, I believe he was a paladin of...
Nope.
No?
Friendly cleric of Nobanian. Not a
cleric, right. Oh yeah, the role was between the cleric and paladin, and he rolled to be a cleric.
Yeah, I guess you don't have to check the start of last session. There's no reason for you to click on it if you missed it, because all the details are going to be spilled right now in this recap. That's the addendums I have.
Wait, if you didn't watch last session, why would you watch this one first?
I mean, when I watch games like this, I just click mix on the playlist.
Yeah, gotta switch it up a little bit, right? Oh, also the Cicatrix destroyed the Wasted Wheat.
Oh yeah, like the Wasted Wheat is just...
Yeah, absolutely missed the part where, the marked through intermediaries took control of Vizier.
That's a bit of a big deal.
All of Asmodeus moved again.
This was a very narcissistic recap.
I now realize that.
So mine was too last week, so I can't say anything.
A lot happened.
Yeah, I was in a war. I was busy.
Yeah. A lot of victory for the dragon, a lot of conquest. And still sort of low key enough that Cormier hasn't been overly pissed off.
Right? The best thing was that they didn't know. They didn't roll that they knew there was a dragon, so you had to click the crossback.
Mm-hmm.
That was
the Harpers know at the moment.
Yeah, just wait until the Harpers tell them.
The Harpers.
They like Cormier for the good ideals, but they don't like that Cormier has laws. There's sort of a little bit of like a good guy anarchists.
Yeah. This whole laws against adventurers and Harpers.
They don't really get along with any established government anywhere, pretty much.
That's adventurers for you.
Yeah. I remember once in a Kingmaker game banning adventuring. No. None of that.
We all know what happened.
No licensed subcontractors allowed.
No, as a ruler, you don't want them around. They'll take your loot your family tombs, and sell you back your stuff. It's just trouble, just trouble. Anyway, beyond that, we cleared a lot of goals. You only have 2 active goals right now, which is deal with the Chimerian fleet and deal with the purple worm. So let's talk about what to fill those out with.
Probably should have a goal like pertaining to the hierarchy, perhaps like weathering like their attack, or I can't say anything pertaining to like diplomatic relations because Valignith has so thoroughly like burned that bridge that there is no possible way that a truce can be reestablished at this point. He's too fucking unreliable.
I mean, the thing is, like, a truce would just be you not attacking them after weathering, right? Until they do it again, because you're gonna trust the Red Dragon now?
No. Like the problem with like creating a goal pertaining to that is that Valignith has created such an inflexible situation, and there is no there's no reasonable way that we can destroy the hierarchy either, contrary to Valignith's like misguided beliefs.
I would propose the goal to destroy the hierarchy.
I threw that goal. I set that goal on fire. No. I heartily disagree. Like, it's not something I want to do, and I also don't think it's possible. I guess I would ask as clearly, what point do you consider that goal completed? Because even if that company is destroyed, there's giants far more powerful than us still in these damn mountains.
How about something...
Those Thunderbirds could still murder us.
I mean, we can take them.
No! We can't! Do not lie to me!
We can take them one at a time. I would propose something... would still be too long term. Something concerning this session would definitely just be weather the attack of the giants. Although in the future, I would like to go as far as maybe not destroy, but incapacitate, such that they don't really have any forces they can use anymore. If they themselves want to descend their mountains and smite us, well then, sure, I don't think that can be stopped easily.
Become the strongest power in the Giants Run Mountains?
I like that, yeah. That would definitely be objective, because Manukai has all the numbers.
Because I certainly don't feel like we're the strongest power in the Giants Run Mountains right now.
No. Let me think about it for a couple more minutes, but that's definitely the direction I want to propose a goal on.
I mean, is there a way that we can like last time we took their asset of like defensing or whatever, like is there any way we can limit their supply of giant, like lower giants or whatever?
I mean,
their tiers just like
giants take a long time to replenish.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
So kill all the giants would certainly fix your problem. But they're
Just destroy their homes and their babies.
Let me point to their home that is standing far on top of the mountain spire. It's like,
well, that's where the top giants. Surely that's not where all the I don't know what they're called.
Well, so like the places they might have lived include places that were just seized from them. There's not exactly a whole lot of like places that aren't mountain spires or the giants to live right now. The Giants Run Mountains.
So we already did that. Well,
they've certainly had a bad time recently.
Good.
So these places were mostly held by their like minions.
With like some giants there.
Yeah, a couple commanders. Thing is about the giant, the reason you have trouble with this is because you don't actually have that much information about how they run, or what exactly is going on, or who's leading them, or anything like that. You don't really have that sources. You've scouted them out before. You found like different holds and such, right?
Have they
But,
always been there?
the giants in the mountains?
Yeah, like I'm from this area. Like, is that like a
As
constant thing?
as far as you know, there's always been giants in the giants run
Okay.
mountains.
All right, which
They're
would make
named.
certainly
They're
this
named.
place quite
There's
unexpected.
2 stories about those the names. One is that they're called that because giants run them. As
Okay.
if you enter the mountains, you have to serve the giants or die. The other one is it's a suggestion that has formed it that there's giants and you should leave.
I mean,
No, no.
Yeah,
I like the third interpretation. In these mountains, the giants run.
No one has that interpretation.
Not yet. Not yet.
for they're really big mountains, just giant.
But so they've basically always been here. Though it is certainly, especially in the northern part where you've primarily been, a lot of giant ruins and not a lot of like sort of up to date giant architecture. Beyond that, what Vesicatrix wouldn't know, but the other dragons certainly haven't had experiences with is sort of the giants mostly have been trying to keep things running as well as they can. They certainly are not at their golden age or the height of their power. Though who knows what happens above the clouds or the eternal storms of the highest mountain of the range.
Yeah.
One goal that I will put on, which is going to be separate from however this thing gets worded against the hierarchy, is to convince the Red Banner host to attack the hierarchy.
Oh.
And I'll consider that completed when they actually attack the hierarchy.
Yeah, I will call that medium. There's some opposition, but generally it's not necessarily deadly, to do. I'll call that enlist the aid of the Red Banner host against hierarchy. Did I spell that right? It did. Yeah.
Guys, we need to dig an Ordner tunnel to the mountain so that my shark cannot escape.
And collapse the mountains. Wait.
I've proposed that before. It's never. What I would propose then, which I reckon is realistic, like just rules question first. If you take any stat to 0 and then do another damage to it, it is reduced permanently, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Then I would propose as my goal to permanently damage the hierarchy's might.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Sure. That's let's see. You're certainly opposed. You're opposed by force greater than yourself, but it's not to the level of hard. I'll call that a medium goal. Permanently reduce hierarchies. Yeah,
Okay, I can work with that.
that's doable.
What goals you got in mind, Ari, with what you're doing up there? Stuff that you want to focus on, like not just this session, but the sessions to come.
Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of in a bind because it's kind of hard to know until I figure out if Sembi is gonna honor our deal or they're gonna be like, no, all right, now you leave, you know?
What do you expect them to do to honor the deal?
Well, basically, I put in people that I have made deals with, but also who would be, I guess, not opposed. Like, I think I have people on the council and they're gonna have people on the council sort of deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's happened.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can keep being like part of the guard or whatever, but I mean, I am thinking of like staying here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not really sure what it's.
You want a goal basically to like unbloody Tazir to like now that you are effectively like running the city with Symbia to actually like fix the city so that it can function again, so that you don't have to stay there.
Yeah, that could be.
All right, that was something like safeguard Tazir.
Safeguard or like rebuild or restore it in some way.
Yeah, we could do that if you're interested.
Yeah, I would like that. I mean,
Right.
I haven't gotten much. I mean, stomped some communists, but so it's a weird side of Vivian. But like, I still gotta reap something, right? Like I haven't gotten much from this yet, so I've something. We gotta.
Yeah, we can have an easy goal that is restore Tizir to strength.
Yeah.
It's easy because you have
And
quite powerful things that also want to do this. Like
yeah. Also, I mean, Sembia's here. We both hate the Commune fleet, so that's
you do,
also,
yes, certainly.
like, I think that we always have a goal for, but that I'm certainly looking at.
Though I will say Sempia is not going to directly engage because that would mean
No,
war
of
with
course
Comir, and then they would lose, and they don't want that.
Oh, I do have a goal.
Okay.
Another goal, maybe? How many goals do we have?
Currently, you have one open slot. I haven't written down the. We're still thinking about the whether the giant attack because we haven't defined
Right.
at what point is that done. Right.
Okay.
Does
Well,
that
I'll
mean
wait
keep
with-
all the things you've taken? Does that mean not lose your layers? Like,
Right.
but if you have another one, just put it out there.
No, it's a personal one.
Still fine.
Personal goals go on the goal sheet.
Okay, I want to go with that. Deal with that black dragon who had the audacity to call himself the I don't know what was the king of the lakes of dragon.
He calls himself a lot of things, yeah.
Yeah, he does. Yes.
I mean,
When
as
you-
any
when-
respected dragon would, right?
You know, when you say go deal with them, what does that entail? Like inform him that like another dragon's actually ruling Tazir and he can go fuck himself? Like slay him? Like what do you mean by go deal with?
I mean, I suppose having him not be a threat to my territory. Like, I don't care if he's dead or if I beat him up as much, as, that he's like, okay, maybe we don't go here, or like, maybe I shut up.
Mm-hmm.
As long as, he stays out of my shit.
At what point would you consider like that dragon to no longer be a threat? Besides death. Considering, it's a black dragon.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because I'm also like, would she even trust? Like, if you beat him up and made a deal with him, would she trust it?
The point is, like, would she trust herself? And so, like, extrapolating that.
No, yeah, she'll probably kill him.
I don't have an objection to that goal.
All right. I mean, that can certainly be done.
I mean, I don't know how powerful he is, but
I'll call that a medium goal at the moment.
Oh, well, that's your answer to that.
yeah. The same as destroying the mind of the hierarchy? Oh, great. It's fine.
Well,
Alright.
it's not destroy, it's damage. But
Yeah.
All right. So currently, our goals would be deal with the Comirian fleet, deal with the purple worm, enlist the aid of the red banner host against the hierarchy, permanently reduce the hierarchy's might, restore Tessia's strength, and kill the heir to the Black Dread.
Dude, I'm sorry. This
I'm
guy has
sorry. I wrote his name, but it's really long. So
Yeah, well,
yeah, let's just skip that because he's a little bit of a pompous asshole.
yeah, I saw that in the letter. I immediately knew he was the elf of dragons, and I needed to kill him.
The elf.
We all agree on that.
I will tentatively accept those 6 goals as they are written at the moment. I would appreciate at the end of this session, though, if you could like list those goals down, because it might change after the session, as in one or might
Putting them right
complete or
now,
something. We can do that.
Sweet.
Let me post in the captures as well so the stream can see.
Correct his spelling of strength as you're reposting it.
Oh yeah, get the T wrong. Come right in.
I mean, nobody knows where the T actually goes.
The autocorrect or whatever red line now. That's good enough.
Master plan doesn't have that.
Yeah.
All right, that's our goals.
All right. Well, surely we'll have lots of time where the giant's gonna leave us be to do our thing.
No. That's not how that goes.
I don't have. I suppose I do have one question, Kai, and this is just to confirm: the Ogmites are still interested in the same things that they've been interested in before. Yeah, like that's their plan to just keep doing the same thing in Redensir.
Yeah.
Okay.
They want to hoard knowledge, and they currently want to do that by making people give them books to travel past.
Yep.
Because that's what they care about. Their motivation is solely the preservation of knowledge, and really the hoarding and exorbitant sort of charging of anyone needing it.
Yep. I assumed as much. Just wanted to poke my nose in and
That's their
confirm
current
that.
goal. Basically, right now they're not doing a whole lot because things are just going fine for them. Eventually, they're trying to increase their influence by utilizing the road. Once
Of course.
it's stable for a while.
Of course.
Because having slightly better influence is going to help them do their job, right? And who knows, maybe at some point they can begin enforcing their will and taking books from people and charging people for like having to be able to read and stuff like that.
I'm good. I enjoy the visual of like this bully, like Temple of Agma. It's great.
Yeah. See, many temples of Agma are sort of careful with the books because they want to preserve them, make sure bad people don't get them. These guys are kind of dicks about it. Sort of uniquely about this Agmite temple in lore that they really just like think that people who shouldn't be able to read unless they worship and praise Agma.
And it helps that, one major opposition that they had against them was slain in the city of Redensir, or town, I guess I should say.
Yeah. They're currently
Boldened.
Yeah. They're currently pretty much in control of that place, and given their ally to the south here, there's not much threat to them.
All right, cool. That's the only question I have.
Yep. Okay. Sheep. Perry?
I mean, how's... I don't know if I asked that too recently. How's Elversalt doing these days?
Elversalt is recovering. They're doing okay, really. Commerce is picking back up. The city as such is currently being guided by the Cult of the Dragon, who wants to do bad things to people. Currently, they don't have a particular goal in mind except for make trouble for literally everyone around them by spreading their cultist activities.
Sure.
They're bad dudes, and their leadership is somewhat insane. So, yeah.
I mean, how about they give me money?
That should be the goal. Work in the mines or whatever. So
I'm looking forward to the Cult of the Dragon, like kicking the shit out of Thunderholm's trade caravans, and Thunderholm like replying. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, they can certainly help with something like that, Sheep, if that's something you're gonna.
I would also very much like them to not attack Thunderholm's trade caravans.
Well, the Cult of Dragon doesn't really do much by themselves. Usually they would have a dragon do it. They're very much like a club full of sort of Grima Worm-tongue people. Who sort of...
visage.
A lot of them aren't... let's see here. Just writing down your order here. A lot of them aren't very brave or good at fighting and such. They have a couple of leaders who are conniving necromancers typically, And the rest of the members are often just fanatics and mad people, or even just profiteers. They do well in influence and money primarily. So they don't really raid caravans as much as they do unfair business deals and racketeering and tax evasion and, covert murder and such. Banditry is a little bit out of their league. Though they would probably pay bandits too, or just subsidize them or whatever.
They're going to take that money from Symbia and do terrible things with it.
Yeah. Currently, they want to follow the dragon's mighty actions, because the dragon struck at Prosker, and that would mean that that's a divine commandment to burn that city to the ground by enlisting kobold tribes and bandits to try to do it.
I'm not opposed to that train of thought.
Yeah. Which can then lead heroes to fight those kobolds and bandits, lead them to the city of Eldersalt, where they investigate and find a cult, and then discover that a dragon is behind it all in the mountain.
They destroy the cult, and they go after the dragon.
That's how it goes usually.
But joke's on them, the giants already killed the dragons.
What a weird adventure.
They arrive and there's just skeletons.
The empty dragon where like a stone tablet's been left by like a giant, like tallying up the expense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, their dead bodies and all the dragon bones still did not make up for all the expenses they have cost us.
If you would like to take up their debt, please come see.
Yeah. Do you belong to the estate?
Yeah, I would like to know what the harbor's up to.
The Harpers?
Yes.
The Harpers is a hard faction to know things about, but how these things work. Basically, you use your influence to get the questions.
Yeah.
So,
the simple questions are for only if we're not challenged on the answers, and the Harpers definitely would challenge on that answer.
Currently, it seems the Harpers are in Westgate with the idea of supporting a faction there in their actions.
Ugh. There's only bad people in my city.
I'll let you guess who.
The fire knives. That who they're gonna fucking yeah. All right. Well, and they like Cormier. All right. Well, that's
You got another question? You get two.
Who's leading in the conflict, Centaurium conflict?
Currently, there is no leader between the Bane and Zurich cult.
Okay.
They are continuously
They're
just
sort of equal.
internal struggle. Basically, the Centaurium has compounds, they have forces, they have mercenaries. Right. But right now, those can't really do much of anything. Except for, of course, what they always do, which is like a bit of racketeering and whatnot. Because they don't have a coherent leadership.
But which of those two was that hated dragon?
Neither hate dragons per se.
Because I remember as the cult of Asmodeus wanted to influence and hate dragon.
Yes, they wanted to aid the cult of Bane. The cult of Bane is lawful evil, while the cult of Sirig is chaotic evil. And these two sides are basically struggling within the Centaur.
Yeah, that does sound like a struggle.
Yeah.
It's like what the Blood War is about.
They're going for a major reformation one way or the other.
Okay, well. They should, kill the fire knives.
Sure, they would love to, if they could. But no one really wants that, because no one in Westgate wants lawful evil people to rule. That would be annoying. Nor does anyone really want the cult of Sirik to rule, because they're absolutely mad. So
that's fair.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Then we can move in to actual play. It'll be in winter that the response from the giants will come. I'll ask you first. How have you handled these newly incorporated territories? Benignant controls, the sort of at this point pretty battered and ruined old sort of bastion fort, and his mine. While Missouri has taken control of the large ruined watchtower. How are these handled?
You want to go first, Sheep, or should I?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Valiger's strategy is not necessarily to replace whatever was in there with his own troops, but rather gather inhabitants that at least would, listen to what he tells them to. So he wants control, not necessarily to put his people into new places. So what he would do after his people crush the resistance in these places is to, look around the Giants Run Mountains, to all these oppressed tribes that might not have the best opinion about the Giants, or just have a really good opinion about how strong Valignef is, and, offer them to work for him. Putting perhaps a few of his dwarves there to act as administrators, occasionally send over the Skinwings as a scout to see how things are going. But in general, he just wants the people who live in the vicinity to swear allegiance to him and use those places as like strongholds and to attract the giants' attention so they try to strike at those fortified locations rather than the other places. Generally, he did promise that he would destroy like everything the giants ever built, but he wouldn't do that quite yet. He would definitely use those structures, have his dwarves apply their architectural traits, make sure that those locations are defensible. And
they probably used to be defensible.
Used to be, well, let's make them not defensible. That'll be good enough. Mm-hmm. Plug some of the broken walls and such. And
the fort was held by orcs and ogres, so it wasn't. It's not sophisticated in its construction.
I mean, defenses don't have to be sophisticated to work. And once the people and the defenses are taken care of, then of course it is time to spread out and see what resources await. Valignef certainly knows how to use the treasures of the mountains, even if they are unrefined.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, certainly ore is something there's plenty of. What's really kind of lacking is foodstuffs, right?
That's true.
The mountains are fairly dry. Water is a limited supply, and so is foodstuffs down there. And he doesn't really have good supply going there. He has no way, there's no bridge over the water here. The valley has a purple worm in it. Going around all the way to the Temple of Ogman Redenseer and down with supplies is a long way to go. Traveling sort of around and through the mountains is also both slow, cumbersome, and very hot, just general.
I'm sort of counting on the fact that the various tribes and such that live in these mountains sort of have their own ways to supply themselves, and Valignef would just use those either ways or those people to actually fill his ranks, so to speak.
Though certainly he'll find that the fort was basically a barracks of sorts, used to keep many of these peoples around as a standing force. Many of them come from the southern bits of the mountains here, where their actual tribes are, whose tribute have gone a long way to actually pay and feed the people that have generally been stationed at the fort. It seems to generally also be here that one of the long winding paths going up the mountains into the really high areas where this fort has probably been somewhat of a frontier guard for the higher paths. There's not many roads that sort of lead up into those extreme peaks. So probably he's finding it somewhat annoying, given that many of the locals here were well policed by the hierarchy before the fights. something that turned out to weaken them enough that they could be bested on the battlefield.
On the topic of food, then, how do the giants feed themselves?
Tribute, probably mainly. Stone giants don't eat much. They don't need much food at all. And beyond that, he's not really sure. Maybe they have the dwarves, the Durgar, certainly below, and the hags used to serve giants in the very, very long ago. Maybe that's how they used to do it. He's not sure.
Okay.
As for the Missouri Leadrith there, her attack came late in the year, and the resultant party that happened with the were-rats, I believe, from the course of like this year, like the next, she has temporarily moved to the ruined watchtower. Like she's brought like mosses and leaves with her to lay on, and so where like a fire giant used to be, like overseeing the place, is now her instead. Like she doesn't like being back here, these fucking mountains, and she doesn't like the cold compared to how warm and toasty her hill is, but sort of like a necessity for her as far as she can see it. She's got like the sending stone with her because she doesn't intend to go back to her lair just yet. I believe local populaces have been rooted for to find suitable entrance into the Were-Rat Coven, basically given a test of Malar. Only the strong survive. And once you're a lycanthrope, Zeray trusts you a bunch more. Figures she can work with you. And the other were-rats can probably work with other were-rats better than... That's what she figures. I think that's been her stance on it. Just for like a dour expression, like, I did this, it was a good thing to do, but now I still have to be here, and this is all because of Valignith.
Yeah.
She has to put herself in a position to be able to help him, and that's where this is going to be. The trade road, she'd love to look after that right now, but she can't, because, giants.
But to be fair, she can sort of see it down there.
She
sits at the edge looking out. And see the distant, caravan moving. It's a good view. On some days it gets sort of a little fog rolling in across, but most days it's pretty clear. Certainly built here for a good reason.
And I believe every now and then, she'll take a break from the tower and swoop down there to the road. She's going to play out on the fact that last year, the merchants gave the were-rats a lot of sass about using this well-policed road. And so she'll make sure to personally inform trade caravans that Missouri Leadrith is going to keep an eye on this road to this point instead, moving forward.
Yeah. The red and smugglers are despairing. It's even worse. Now people have to pass through that place to go to them too.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know what to do.
And she wants to play it on the fact that it's the merchant's fault that she now has to come all the way down here to look after things. Not to get anything from them, but just to fill them with fear.
All right. How does Valignith feel about the giant claim on the silver mine?
Preposterous.
Mm-hmm.
They let it go into... it was a bone-filled death pit. And then Valignith came and cleaned it up, and now they claim it. This is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Well, they believe they actually always had it.
I don't believe that makes it better.
It was basically finders keepers how abandoned it was, so...
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure the giants understand the ancestral right of finders keepers.
Yeah,
it does seem that this attack will continue at least until that has been reclaimed.
No, they can try.
Mm-hmm.
It's also going to be the place where Valignith stays temporarily as the Dragon Fane is under quarantine.
All right.
Stays with all this silver.
Yeah, it's not a bad place to be.
No, it's also dedicated to Tiamat. There's a sense of power there. It's almost like he feels if he stays there, he'll grow faster, stronger, more in connection with his primeval nature.
Great place.
Mm-hmm. All right. I mean, I would ask Cicatrix something, but right now it's kind of going well over there. You're probably in like some taken over noble manor in your drow form, sipping wines from a wine cellar of some dude who's now dead.
Like I'll drink any wine.
You know, feet onto on a fine couch.
She actually had someone taste the wine first
Yeah.
because she's a paranoid motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
And the pirates are not like, or her like ruffians don't complain about drinking the nobles' wine.
No. It's,
Even if it's a test.
it's ruffians living like kings right now because there's a lot of real
They're
estate
a
being
city
doled out.
guard.
Yeah, but they're not a good city guard.
I mean, I feel like critical there. We were hired
Yeah,
by
it's
the
true. Mercenaries. Yeah. That's it. Tizir, the new rulership has certainly brought in some guards from who might be on holiday from Sembia and now choosing to live here and join the guard permanently, and recruiting from some depossessed locals and opening some prisons for minor offenses who could join the new city guard, that sort of thing. They're certainly working on recovering, but in the meantime, they want to feed and feast you to make you complacent and happy.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Have some stuff,
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, I suppose the speaking stones will be very quiet because there's no music going on. There's no grumbling dwarves either. It's just I guess distant clangs of mining, and then whatever sounds probably wind, if anything.
Yeah, it's going to be wind because the fairies wouldn't have come because they stay on the hill, and she's not going to have a were-rat hold it for her.
I think on the really windy days, sometimes she can even get a little whiff of like the Gulfmere blowing in over the water here. Just
looks longingly towards the east, not wanting to be on the stupid fucking tower.
Yeah, it gets pretty hot sometimes when the sun sort of shines down on the dry rocks. Like a water, it gets pretty dusty too.
Yeah, that's not okay.
Not a lot of plants. Those that were here probably been eaten or ripped up for firewood and such. It is, as I said, though, in winter that that's something that happened. You're probably all expecting it. Well, again, maybe not Cicatrix, knows maybe that you guys have been active in the mountains, but you've never been there. You know that giants live there. Have always lived there. It's sort of an assumption that it's a giant place.
Yeah, of course.
But I think, like many of the Black Dragons of Comir, your relationship to that has probably pretty much been who cares.
There's no big body of water there. Why would I go?
Yeah, it's like there's no swamp. There's no.
Yeah.
There's like a lack of liquids in general.
It's really dry, is what you just told.
Yeah,
That seems like an
very
awful place. Good thing I'll never have to go there.
Yeah.
Looks in the camera.
Have the others requested help from?
I totally haven't. Amy's earlier totally hasn't told her. Like she assumes like it's going to come up, and she's determined. Like she will make Valignith ask for help this fucking time. Valignith, who never insists on asking help, and she will totally leave these mountains and watch this entire place burn if she has to. But that red dragon will come to her for help. She will not do that again. And she has not told her Cicatrix either. Like, no, Valignith's gonna have to be the one who does it. She wants to bring dragons together to Tiamat. Like, that's probably like some of the petulant stuff that keeps her like animated and lively at this watchtower.
Would Valignith have asked for help? I think he doesn't have the same reservations about asking the Cicatrix for help as he has Miami. But I don't know. Does he know a way to contact the Cicatrix? Like how?
You I think we can assume you know that the marked work for Cicatrix, and that they are in Tizir.
Sure, I guess
But we
you
don't
can.
have a quick call. As if
No,
that
you don't have
really
a quick
needs
call,
more
but you
than that.
could
I'll
you could
put that
sense
on my.
them rather quickly.
Guess he can send a letter, I suppose.
It's a little harder for the Silver Mine, but he can just go back to the Dragonfane and be like, "Hey, you go do something." Given that he has contacts both in Westgate and Elversalt, I mean, sort of right between.
Yeah, he'll definitely send something there.
Beyond that, the dwarves that used to work for Tolraxos have a small trading post there. Can function as a middle point for messages if need be.
Oh yeah, it's true. Yeah, he'll send a message to the marked, basically phrasing it fairly straightforward, saying that the giants intend to take back the silver mine that they see as their property. If the Cicatrix were to agree to help defend it, then compensation could be rendered. Pretty much, the Cicatrix has previously found a situation where everyone could get a good loot attacking the boat. Malignant would in the future be willing to extend the same opportunity once his attacks against the giants continue, who are undoubtedly hoarding infinite wealth, at least.
At least infinite.
At least infinite.
Maybe even 2 infinites.
Yeah.
Cicatrix rolls her eyes when she reads this in her chamber, but then figures, she might need help dealing with not the runt Black Dragon. She'll probably kill that one. But if she wants to move back into the Lake of Dragons, presumably there might be some problems. And maybe having a cleric of Tiamat then would not be too bad. So, I mean, also, she can just leave. It's not her home. So she's like, yeah, I mean, having favors to cash in is good. She'll definitely respond. Not seeming too eager, of course. But, yeah. The question is, like, will we know when the attack is? Like, do we have scouts or something? Do we have scouts so that I can make it there?
You can fly fast enough over land that it won't be super difficult, especially if you can be told that they'll have time when to be ready. Giants have certainly never been stealthy.
Good. I mean, we do have a watchtower, so.
Yeah,
The
well,
last-
it faces the wrong way, sort of.
Yeah. Last time
Yeah.
the giants were very obvious, to say the least, although they were uncharacteristically slow as well, because they kept getting stuck having to ask their divine guidance and whatnot.
Well, that and, like, if it's just giants, they travel much quicker than if it's giants and extras.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And all the other times that we fought giants, it was mostly extras, and not really giants. At this
Maybe
point, we've
she'll.
kind of taken care of their extras.
Yeah. I mean, I see the night masks here on the map, but they're not in the water, so she might just take a little swim. Maybe go back, temporarily go back to her old quarter in Westgate to be
You
a
still
little
have people
closer.
there.
Yeah, exactly. She'd much rather move underwater than.
Sure. Believe you swim fairly fast as well.
Yeah, I think actually my swim speed is the same as my my land speed. So yes, I swim faster.
As yeah, it certainly is clear to your scouts and such that the giants are gathering in various places for preparing for their assaults and such.
In that case, William will also go to visit Emmy. Would he know that she's currently at the watchtower?
I would
She's
assume so. Yeah.
like that would have been something that like information that he's picked up from his minions because she's never told him.
Yeah, probably. I mean,
Most likely scouted saying this place here is a bunch of small cracked valleys that are teeming with goblins. Huge amounts of them, just sort of living there. Many tribes and clans of goblins. Yeah. And the others seem to be a watchtower currently held by were-rats and a green dragon called the Miserilidrithir. So,
what a coincidence. There's two of them.
Hmm.
Clone.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think what William will do is go a bit of a detour to not get ambushed by thunderbirds. Like from the silver mine, go like north and east.
Yeah. As long as you avoid these sort of areas here, you're free from those. They don't roam. Really.
Yeah, he'd probably go like to his outpost here, his gate guard, as it were, and then to southeast towards the watchtower.
He'll be spotted easily enough by the dragon in the watchtower. She like pokes her head up as like Sereno has been brought and like is like reading like like some like short story to her from like a book. And she has him stop. And she like tilts her head, like perks up, seeing like the red dragon fly. Contemplates whether it's a different red dragon. And like narrows her eyes, shakes her head. It's probably Malignant. This amuses her. Him coming to her. Good. This is a thing that is good.
He'll find maybe like circle the watchtower once or twice while touching down.
Sereno like scampers and like hides. Ah! The wing beats before they blow him off the tower. Miserilidrithir stands up, looks at Malignant.
He'll give her a nod of greeting before sitting down in front of her, as it were. As he'll say,
And he lays back down.
"Greetings, Emmy. I did not expect you to move out of your comfy home to go to this dusty place."
It was a necessity.
Suppose that doesn't lessen the surprise much. I suspect you know why I'm here? Or can suspect, at least.
She says, I have marginally more understanding of your motivations than Thunderhome does. So no, I don't know.
To make it simple, I am here to ask for help. Obviously, my aggression against the giants has evoked a response, and I suspect that if I were simply to throw my forces at them, it would be rather ineffective, as I've seemed to hit a nerve, as it were. The giants are, well, perhaps not afraid exactly, but aware of the threat that needs to be dealt with.
Yes, such was my necessity in taking this place. You do recall all of our previous struggles we've had against the giants, yes? And how difficult it was to slay the one fire giant?
I'm aware. I still think that I think conflict was inevitable. Perhaps it would have been another year, decade, perhaps even longer. But looking at the hierarchy's activities, I do not think that they would have gotten weaker over time, but rather stronger. And likely at a rate much quicker than us.
We are dragons. We always get stronger over time.
It is true, but I do believe that we waited 100 years, 1,000 years to truly no longer fear any single giant. Perhaps the giants as a whole, however, would have gotten too influential for us to take on. At that point...
She lifts a claw accusingly. For one who seeks cooperation with other dragons, you could have done better in informing other dragons of your plans involving the hierarchy. Certainly before you ripped into them. I do not know the specifics, only what I have heard. And certainly from what I have heard, they have been provoked far more than what they were back when we just played with their dam.
Perhaps
Perhaps, Malignith. Do not be so foolishly blind as to the consequences of your actions. I remember all too well the pain we had in dealing with just small groups of them. Small, ever so small. Now if they send giants out in larger quantities because we are ever so closer and have offended them oh so deeper, no minion we have can stand in their way. And us 3 dragons? She scoffs. Perhaps if we had Veristrix still. Or perhaps if Tilraxos returned from his vacation, like cut to like him screaming in horror, like as the pains are inflicted on him, like on the court. But Versigatrix is an unknown quantity and has no even remote interest in these mountains. And after this latest offense, I only know I have a bit of understanding about how giants work, but given their deep affinity for tribute and protecting their relics of time past, they might not stop until you're gone or dead. And there are more giants than there are us.
He hesitates for a bit before he says, "You're right, obviously. I mean, it also implies that I may have been a bit reckless."
If she had brows to like lift, I think they would be lifted.
It is simply difficult for me to endure the continued offense, even if you do not see it as such. They sit atop their mountain homes, accruing power by demanding tribute as they've done from us, from the nearby tribes, and they did not look like they would oppose them. It was an opportunity, as the hierarchy perhaps overextended during their search for tribute. It was also an attempt to stem their growth before it even happened. I do not disagree that the giants are formidable for sure. It is very difficult for me to just let them do things and not be upset about it.
She slaps the claw that she was pointing accusingly down on the tower. She says, "What I have learned about giants is that they are lazy and slow to act unless provoked. And time and again, we dragons here in these mountains since the time of the Serpent Valley have done nothing but provoke them at every opportunity. I had hoped for extra time to grow since the last action against that fire giant Volcord, and what has only happened through your actions is further provocation. We narrowly defeated them that last time. And only, if I do recall, with the blessing of Tiamat and great preparation at the fane. She, lifts her head and says, "This tower is not the fane. What you have taken," she, gestures, in the nebulous direction of where, that fort was, it took, "is not the fane."
It's true. Waiting would have been sensible, just perhaps even doing nothing would have been sensible, to wait and grow, perhaps endure another a lethargy or two. I mean, we would have still gained strength regardless. Don't know how to phrase it exactly, but I don't think I physically could do nothing. It's a difficult concept for me to grasp, perhaps even. Either way, quite frankly, I intended to come here with some sort of deal. You help me fighting this giant incursion, and I give you something in return, but quite frankly, I wouldn't even know what to offer that would be of similar worth. And even if I knew, even if it wasn't quite as difficult, even if it didn't require such a high cost to offer a fair deal, I wouldn't know what to offer you at all in the first place. So I figured, first of all, coming here myself and actually asking would be the first part of it. I'm in the awkward position that our relationship is... How should I put this? And I mean no offense. Somewhat one-sided in the sense that I have every intention of assisting you in whatever you do, but I don't demand the same in return.
With a grin on her face, she says, "You're right. You do not demand the same in return, and I do recall not so long ago where you accusingly said, do you think our relationship or why I assisted you with that cult of Nobanian is a quid pro quo thing?"
And I still stand behind that. I didn't even think about putting that in front of you accusingly. I helped you, now you have to help me. That is not how this works. Now,
Valignus, I took this tower primarily to assist you. Let it not be forgotten, though, that the cult of Nobanian that raided the plains was one I intended to tackle myself. Beyond the assistance I requested dealing with the leadership, it is not something I provoked beforehand and then went seeking help involving it. When you so grievously insulted the hierarchy, did you not anticipate a situation where you would be asking for the help of other dragons? Did you believe you could resolve it on your own?
I don't think the truth does me much credit here. Wow, English, that sentence made not the sense that I wanted it to make. I don't believe that I know what I was thinking. Let's put it that way.
She laughs.
There's a conflict between thinking about the consequences and trying to act as I think I have to act. There's an issue when one of the tenets of the solution that you follow to get rid of a hellish curse is ambition and supremacy when you're not in a position to push said ambition as well as supremacy.
And you consider with earnestness that challenging the hierarchy will secure the better position to fulfill your ambition of uniting dragons against the world?
I think destroying a force that thought it was perfectly acceptable and obvious to subdue and demand tribute of those who should be the ones subduing and demanding tribute requires action.
She says, that doesn't really relate to the theme of bringing dragons together.
It relates to the theme of making dragons what dragons should be.
This relates to you being what you think you should be. This is not about dragons, this is about you.
I am a dragon.
You are a dragon. She says, after the pause, what do you think the hierarchy is most interested in retaking first?
I believe they are particularly interested in the mine that they seem to believe was theirs all along, even though they... Well, you saw the state it was in.
She blinks several times. The mine I helped you, cleanse?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, she snorts. Of course the giants believe it's theirs.
I do believe they believe everything in these mountains is theirs.
Right. We've been aided by their laziness and desire to not take action. Well, they will want to take action now.
I had briefly considered bringing Thunder home into this conflict by giving them the mine, but it is dedicated to Tiamat, which would make that act a bit awkward, to say the least. It is also not exactly a location that I can simply let them take, perhaps with the intention of tiring out the giants by letting them attack different places before they get to the Fane. It's for the same reason, really.
She says, they would not trust your intent. Remember that they came to me last year seeking my protection against you. And when I told you about them and asked whether you actually did have plans to, attack them anytime soon, your reply was, I don't think I am.
I was trying to be honest.
Your honesty is deranged. You need to, she, extends a claw, convey your motivations to those you seek to rule or potentially befriend. What do you actually desire of Thunderhome? I thought you liked them and wanted to enjoy their company. They certainly do not feel the same way.
I do believe they've interpreted my actions in the worst possible light, even though I had good intentions.
Good. You need to spend more time considering how other lesser creatures think and believe.
Probably. I don't exactly have that much experience.
She says, well, it was unnecessary of you to come here to request my aid, though it does ever so delight me. Of course I will assist you. That is why I am here. But keep in mind that, if it comes to it, I will abandon these mountains and return to my home. This is not something worth dying for me.
Perhaps a tangential question, but what is worth dying for you?
She considers it. She says, breaking free of the curse of lethargy. She says, and she puzzles. Perhaps, had the worshippers of Nobanyan insulted me any more grievously, I might have... Maybe. She says, not entirely convinced. She probably would have fled.
Type of nods. Alright. I sent a message to the cicatrix too. I offered her future spoils of the inevitably continued conflict with the giants. I would of course offer the same to you.
She says, there is no need for such an offer. We already have an understanding, you and I.
I suppose we do, although often I'm not entirely sure what that is exactly.
Good. You're not entirely sure of your own motivations. How could you be sure of mine?
That is very true.
She says, I don't have much to offer you in the way of food you might enjoy, but we could partake in a meal before you leave.
I don't think I will stay much longer. I'm aware of how much you generally despise my presence.
It is no longer despising.
Oh. I suppose then I will stay.
Sure, after a meal of, like, roasted ogre, like, this can go.
Certainly lots of meat if you're into the sentient kind.
Sure.
Are ogres sentient? Let's...
You let's, for convenience sake, say you stay here for a couple of days, maybe considering how to best approach these giants. Because then we can have the cicatrix arrive as well to this place. Having been asked after all, and then maybe found out, probably very quietly, where the dragons are.
Yeah.
It's one of those I've never been this far south situations.
That's very true. I mean, she basically swims as far as she can and then she'll fly out.
Mhm. To a bright lit, very, very visible place on a mountainside.
Yeah, she doesn't like this place. This is awful.
Probably even enough that the scouts will see the black dragon approaching.
You know? Probably. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could go down and like sneak up as in drow form or something.
No, she's not. They call for dragon.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the were-rats would react. Especially the newly turned ones.
Yeah.
If it was a drow approaching them.
Mhm.
Dragon, though, unmistakable. Dragon! Great.
Normally you'd be afraid, but we have two of them, so even if it's a bad one, you know.
And these early leaders there for like, they're probably in the middle of some sort of like snarky like thing, like relating back to their long-standing relationship with each other.
Mhm.
A snit. Like it's interrupted by like the sighting of
Just
Cicatrix
like
on the
that old
horizon.
tomb we visited with the giant skeleton thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like ever so long ago. Yeah. She says to Valigneth as Cicatrix is approaching, I did not expect her to come here.
I suspect she found out where both of us went and came here. I do enjoy the initiative.
says, "You've made her travel a lot."
Promise of a wealth does that to some people, I suppose.
She says, I don't think the giants attacking us will be bringing that much. No, Vokor did have some.
Perhaps not the attack itself, but as unreliable as my actions might have made me seem to certain groups of people, I do keep my word.
Your word of I don't know what that is. As our cicatrix is able to laugh.
I know what my word is. I just didn't know if Thunderhome would inevitably make it required for me to take the place through other means than cooperation.
If you don't interrupt us, Eric, we're gonna keep it this. It's like she says, like, your reply to me was, I don't think I am.
Yes, because I don't know how Thunderhome is going to act in the future. I do have a...
Cicatrix will stand for a little bit and look. And then in her mind, there's like a, oh, God.
Your plan was to attack the hierarchy,
This is
not
what I have been
Thunderhome.
resulted to things like, ah.
The future is very long and a lot of things may happen, so I don't know if I have to attack Thunderhome.
This might remind her of Cicatrix of what it used to be when she was young with the other black dragons in like the Cormyrean swamp.
Yes,
Discussing
but
who shall take the seat of Cormyr first, and who shall rule it in the...
If your goal was to provoke giants, then of course you don't have any immediate interest in attacking Thunderhome.
She will just walk over, like stretch lazily, and be like, well, I am glad I didn't join earlier than this. Now.
Whips her head towards Versicatrix and says, greetings.
Yes.
How old are you, Versicatrix?
Yeah, what did we agree, Malachi? Like...
Let me actually look at my calendar here.
Yeah, I'm
At this point, you're probably about 50 to 60.
Yeah.
You're not old, certainly.
Yeah.
By any means. You've lived about 2 generations.
It's true.
Yeah, we're all still young dragons until we get to triple digits, but yeah,
Oh, yeah.
still 3 times our age.
Yes.
Which is enough to lord it over them. At least in dragon means. Yeah. Though, given how stunted you are, I mean,
That's a sore spot. Let's not.
Yeah.
A normal dragon of your age would be bigger than that.
Thank you.
Powerful.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. So Valignith asks her, like, how old are you anyway?
She looks him up and down, like, and it's like, scoffs, like, what does it matter to you?
I was just gonna say, if someone had asked you 10 years ago if you were certain what you're gonna do or want to do today, would you have been sure?
Malachi, was I undergoing torture at that time?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
no, let's see, 10 years ago at this point, been awakened for a couple of years. Probably in Westgate.
Yeah, no, yeah. She'll look at him and she's like, why, yes, I would.
Really? Okay.
My goal long term has not changed much.
Yeah, I don't know what I want.
She, like, blinks and says, yeah, and neither does any other creature that you keep around you. Myself and Tilraxos and Veristrix have wondered what you have possibly wanted for as long as we've known you.
What does it
The
mean to
Visigatrix
want?
Visigatrix would like interrupt because he can see like, oh god, now they're starting again.
Yeah, there you go. You bet.
He's like, so, what are the preparations for this attack, defense, whatever?
She, Missouri says, at this particular locale, I don't have any. If the giants show up in force, I will fold and move out. My position here was to keep an eye on things closer to the mountains, should the giants wish to do something, so that they could not potentially attack from this location. But she looks around like, my were rats, there is no reasonable way they could hold up against anything the hierarchy throws. Valigna said they're most likely to strike the silver mine, which they believe is theirs. If they truly do believe that, then she says, I know what happens when they believe things are theirs. Valigna, do you have any preparations at the mine?
She turns her head slowly.
Manikai.
Mm-hmm.
While I've not explicitly, before session, talked to you about this, but would it be possible to do some sort of flashback why, yes, he instructed his people to prepare something, or
Well, yeah,
is that too late?
People are not going to be unprepared in that respect. If you have any particular plans, just tell me about it. Beyond that, I mean, they're dwarves in a mine, so, they're probably going to build some traps and tunnels and,
I don't think I possess the creative juice to go beyond dwarves in a mine. Probably know how to make that more defensible than, not. I'm not really certain what else can be done. The mine itself has the whole Tiamat influence thing going, but it's not exactly the nexus that the Dragonfane is supposed to be, or was supposed to be, or is. So I don't know if something could be argued for there.
Tiamat's power is real in that place, yeah.
Sure.
So Valigna relates this, and Imizure, I don't know what a dragon scowl looks like, but that's the expression on her face. You desire to fight the giants in the mine itself?
See, Visigatrix with her underbite mostly always look like she's scowling. So she just doesn't change her face. She's looking like maybe her body starts twitching a little bit, the tail waffling back and forth.
She says, I ask that because I do not know whether you have another means of departure from the mine. I do not seek to be caved in by giants, or trapped there should they send too great a force.
My idea was the exact... Well, not the exact opposite, close enough. I'm sure there's alternate way out of the mine, right? Secret pathways that have been made at this point, right, Manikai?
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
That seems to make sense to me. So, my plan would be to lure the giants into their mine and then collapse it on top of them.
She says, they're giants. Just be baffled by the idea that could even work.
It's a big mine.
They're giants.
Yeah.
Is it though? It's a dwarven mine.
The stone giants literally travel through stone.
The other giants don't.
She blinks in confusion. They're giants.
Well, in that case, the alternative would be to fight them outside the mine, where Tiamat's influence might not be able to support us as much, which, of course, may not be needed, and it would give us the option to flee should things turn bad.
Manakai.
Mhm.
I took the boat that had the ballista on it.
Yeah.
There anyway, like I don't know if these dwarves, like if they've fortified the mine yet. I mean,
The
could
dwarves
build, like,
can build ballistae. Yeah.
yeah, like
That
I
is
don't have to
something
bring
they do.
mine, right?
No, you don't.
Oh,
They can do that.
Yeah. Like if we're not going in the mine, we might want some kind of
Yeah, the dwarves have repeatedly been encouraged to train in crossbows and ballistae.
good.
The dragons have a healthy respect for those things
Yeah.
from when they were young.
Oh.
I think I'll interrupt you here, though, to say that a sort of a loud horn blow sort of echoes out across the watchtower from outside, and a couple of were-rat runners will, a couple of moments later, report that a small concentrated force is on its way to the watchtower.
Maybe Zuri like recoils like her head a bit, dismisses the were-rats.
Oh, they'll go.
Yep. Blinks a few times and says, "Well, touches her chin thoughtfully.
I'm surprised. I guess they are angrier at us in particular than they are at not having the mine. Or angry at me, I should say.
Do you have people scouting that can get in contact with you in the Dragon Chain?
They suspect if we hear a warning, then it might already be too late to contact the Dragon Fane. Why?
She just blinks a couple times looking at the Well, if they're going for your places and not just the mine.
She says, where Cicatrix is attempting to say that the hierarchy is large enough that they could be attacking all places simultaneously. She says, but I had not intended to hold this place. She says, we might as well get started here, though.
If they are indeed splitting up their forces, then at least we can take them out one by one.
Yes, indeed. It resolves this conversation, which is for the best. She, takes off. Actually, to tell the were-rats to... This is not a fight that she is going to ask them to do. Not against giants. As she has not asked them to directly fight giants before. They can scamper and hide off, and they
I
can,
feel
murder...
Their followers
can-
are, but giants are sort of.
Yeah.
The whole,
Yeah, only the strong survive, and you're looking
Yeah,
at a creature like 3 times your size, and you're going, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe the smart also sometimes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Predators can be cunning and crafty too. You do not have to suicide yourself against the giant.
Exactly.
Like if there is like a smaller, weaker creature they can murder hobo themselves against, fine. But
Yeah, exactly.
dragons fight giants.
Evidently.
I think that's Imizuri's plan to inform her minions to scamper away.
Sure. Could you copy your tokens?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yes, once I load.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think after she informs them to run and hide, she would take flight basically so that she could get an eye on the approaching force herself.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're gonna have to think of a good name for these mountains if you do take them from the hierarchy of Malignant, or sheep, I should say.
The Giants Ran Mountains.
All right. So I see the old tomb ever so long ago, and I see where we fought that ossuary. There we go.
It's a nice little place of dry hill.
I'll be back in a second before I get started.
Sure.
If this didn't happen, I don't know how much longer our bickering would have gone on for. This is for the best.
I figured I would interrupt.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Good.
I have a list of things happening here, so
You know,
you
one
know.
horse interrupted the
Bit of
Jew.
roleplay is okay, but we also have to. We have places to be.
And we between goals and recap, and we've had an hour and a half of this session, so
Hey, you know, in between all the building empires, a little RP comes a long way.
he had just told us what he was gonna do, but he doesn't even know what he's gonna do until he does.
Oh yeah, this is completely valid. It's like
It's not valid.
no, your points are.
Yeah.
Like this is completely
I
stupid.
believe you call that an arbitrary.
It's
Yes.
like,
Yes. Like I'm arbitrary in real life. This game, it's different. Oh shit.
all right. You know, the cicatrix apparently gave him a bit of a
Yeah.
crisis.
Yeah. I love the idea. It's like I hate dishonesty. I'll tell you what I truly feel. What I truly feel is I don't know. I mean, it's such a red dragon to be so, like, our dragon in general to be so fucking capricious, but it doesn't help.
It's because they don't usually have to. Like they're strong.
Right.
They're like, why would I need to play it? I'm the best.
Yeah, the best.
Like the world, I shape the world. You know, the world doesn't shape me.
I am back.
All right. Does anyone else want to put their tokens down?
Oh.
I'm trying to remember where I put it.
Okay. I mean, you have a local save, surely.
Surely.
Or alternatively, it would probably be in the Serpent Valley in the Dragon Fane, where Valignif just always lays in the center of that.
Looks like
Yes,
we got one there.
there it is. I shall copy that token. It is updated even. Amazing.
I cannot. There we go.
You can also heal yourself up if you haven't. I have a cicatrix.
Oh Lord. Well,
I don't
I
know if
will.
this is the most recent token you have, but if it is, feel free to not be at half health.
Yeah, I will.
Though you're allowed to.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
What do you have?
Is it fair to say that we have an action point as well?
Yeah.
Good.
You have a full rest.
Ready to slay.
Yeah, as you can fly up and certainly get eyes on the procession that's walking. In front is a fire giant that certainly lights up the area from being so hot and made of flame, basically, that the plate mail she's wearing is glowing red with heat. Next door is another fire giant, slightly larger and certainly more bulkily armored, seemingly a bodyguard of sorts. Beyond them, there is another one of these stone giant mystics that Vokort brought, certainly in good numbers. With them, they currently have what seems to be 5 hill giants as well. They seem to have no non-giant companions at this time, though they don't seem to have brought much equipment with them, so it's possible they have a camp somewhere. Just give you eyes here. Are you trying to be unseen yourselves?
I don't think she is, no, as she does like this flyby overhead, like say 25 squares up.
Yeah.
You know, she knows how far these fucking giants can throw. So like
You have an idea.
after fighting them so intimately, so she wants to get an eye, like she wanted to get eyes on them, to see them for herself.
Yeah, 25 is just beyond their greatest range at this time.
I mean, I want to stealth,
Hell-
but like this is awful.
Hell will make it 30. Well, we don't have to attack them right here. Like, she wanted to go out and get an eye on them herself.
As you're seen, the procession stops as the front giant raises up a hand holding the others, takes a step forward, and slightly crosses her arms before making a gesture for you to come down.
Well, since the other dragons are with Missouri leaders here, she like looks over and shouts at Valignith in Draconic, 2 fire giants! Remembering that Vokord was only but 1 fire giant.
That seems only fair considering we killed one of them. I want to make it a more even fight. Yes, I know I shouldn't joke about this.
And even she scowls and like flying overhead is like the fire giant is gesturing us to come down. She looks over at like Resigatrix and says, "I have no intention of fighting them above here, or even coming to talk to them. I fully know what giants say in all the conversations, and they ultimately end up with some dragon saying enough is enough."
Cicatrix looks to Malignant. I mean, this is sort of his, like... I mean, if he didn't call her here, she would, you know, be basking in either wine or water, so...
God, a dragon wine bath.
that would be the drow farm.
That's decadent.
That's
Yeah, what decadence that is.
Oh, pour wine on my scales. You know.
I mean, maybe in before torture she would have done.
I mean, we do have the option of not engaging them, obviously, because we can fly and they can't. But the only way I can see for us to get an advantage is to try to go for some sort of ambush. But I don't know whether that would really work.
Now they know there were 3 dragons because Resigatrix revealed herself.
That's true.
Well, this is not exactly a great hiding spot place.
There might have been one somewhere in these mountains or hills. We might have.
Oh, could I have hit
Done some- well,
even though this one is
you
like...
you could hide. I mean,
right.
there's lots of crags and whatnot.
Can
Certainly
I?
their path is somewhat
Can I do that?
predictable.
I feel like there's a cliff here.
Mhm.
I can be a sneaky dragon. I do have like... Let's even see what is my stuff.
My fault was
I-
basically Emmy and Valignant are expected and obvious, which might make it easier for Vesicatrix to actually sneak in
That
this
the hierarchy
suboptimal
knows
terrain.
about us. Like, this is nothing new to the hierarchy, like us too.
Yeah.
Is there any way she could like not be, but like be a little more?
Yeah. Fine. These guys are moving forward. They're not trying to be stealthy or quiet. They stomp pretty heavily. You put your ear to the stone, you can hear them a while away.
Like,
The cicatrix is just like...
They're not looking
Eric-
for you either. They're looking
Yep.
up mainly.
Yep. I think then, like, after like Missouri and Malignant like circle around for a few seconds, she'll look down and reveal this. She will bellow down at the fire giant in her attempt at conversing like in giant. You are not welcome here.
Does she speak giant? You say?
That she
Oh,
does.
wow.
She does.
Oh,
We-
impressive. Yeah.
This happened back in section 61, and you're like,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is how many like years this would take to like learn giant. So that's been covered.
As you know, it's fun to get to use it.
Yeah, how about that?
As the fire giant will look up in all her blazing glory, and say, "We might as well talk before this escalates. I am not like my predecessor. I consider myself reasonable, and perhaps some of you feel the same way.
Are the giants poised as to immediately throw shit as soon as she flies in the range? I guess I'll ask that, Bannakai.
They're not. The hill giants, of course, carry their rock piles, but they sort of dump them on the ground. So it wouldn't be like they're not giving you an in, but they're not ready to throw stuff.
She
None of
looks
them
at it,
None of
and
them
then
are.
she figures, what the hell? Right. Millar didn't raise no damn weakling. Neither did Basarek. She narrows her wings, and she says, "You can stay up here, Valignith, if you so desire." And she'll swoop down all the way, all 30 squares to land.
Absolutely not. Valignith's gonna land
Yeah,
here.
the stone giant, always so emotionless, though it does seem conflicted, perhaps, and will certainly move in and try to give advice, but is waved away by the fire giant, who seems to have some sort of ill feeling towards him.
I mean, sorry, also showing off how fast that she is there with that dive, and she does have a fly of 9.
Mm-hmm.
It's down the ground cracks a bit as she lands. She says, continuing in giant, "Very well then, we shall converse. I am Imizure Lidrathir, slayer of Ophisterlix. To whom do I speak?"
You speak to Commander Victus, commander of the fire giant forces of the hierarchy. I'm sure you know why I'm here. Been sent to retake territory lost to invaders. At least that is the official command given from above. She does a slight gesture upwards. She says so, perhaps slightly in the direction of sort of the northwest, where the distant cloud-capped mountains can be. I'm impressed at your skill at our language. I have known of no other of your kind who took the time to learn.
She says, with biting honesty, giants have proven themselves in my lifetime to be the only creatures my equal. Thus, it seemed important enough to attempt to learn. This pains her to say this.
The giant will have a slight involuntary smirk at that, seeing the dragon squirm at such an admission.
Mm-hmm.
The dragon says, "And you have brought no end of pain to us. However, I must thank you for taking care of my predecessor. His manners were unbecoming of us." I certainly hold you no ill will for that. However, much as he was a faithful mystic, I consider myself the opposite. The All-Father has not been good to us, nor do I believe he cares for us in any manner whatsoever. If he did, surely we would not be in the situation we currently are in. As such, I consider alternative means of acquiring what we need to be a priority. This is not something my superiors agree with, but as it turns out, they don't command the fire giants. I do. The mystic over here seems thoroughly unhappy now.
Izuri bobs her head and says, "I have exploited the..." She pauses and says, "Your predecessor most certainly fell because of the beliefs he held. Had he possessed your mindset, you may not have been promoted."
I was certainly never a favorite. I think my promotion is an act of desperation, if nothing else.
She says, "What is it you desire in this situation, then, Commander Victus?
She waits a little bit and says, "Well, first and foremost, I would like my tower returned. It is the traditional post for someone of my rank, and I would want it to fall within my control. Beyond that, it is a strong symbol of people." Next, she sort of paused a little bit there. Her eyes sort of, no real pupils in there, just molten sort of heat.
Right, right.
But she sort of quiets a little bit, as if to insinuate that she might not want to say exactly what her desires would be.
Yeah.
Says, beyond that, to do what is best for my people, putting an effect on my map.
Missouri. Yeah, Missouri can work with this. She like the scheming green dragon here is like taking over. She like bobs her head, like looks like off towards like the ruined watchtower, and then back towards Commander Victus and says, "The hierarchy was foolish enough to lose that tower once. Even if we dragons left it, and you were to take over in rulership of it again, it is doubtless that they would lose it again, as they did the first time. The hierarchy does not seem to be very good at rulership, or maintaining control over what they believe is theirs."
Your words, and she openly smiles at that, with sort of it is not a pleasant smile, but maybe even a little bit gleeful at the words. It says, "Your words are words that cannot freely be spoken in our land. The hierarchy is allegedly speaking directly with the All-Father's will. After all, the Storm King interprets it. The administration administrates it, and we exercise it. It is just that sometimes it seems the administration does not give us quite clear instructions. And I have come to believe that perhaps my own interpretation will suffice."
Certainly, the interpretations I have witnessed thus far have been short-sighted. If giants possessed the interpretations you have, she like bobs her head, I would feel different.
Could you give me a just general diplomacy check here?
Yeah, I'll give you a general diplomacy check.
I'll say you get a +2 here for using your language. It's a rarity and a surprise, certainly.
31. I can.
Okay, that's pretty damn good. Yeah.
I won't even use fast talk in this situation. Yeah, we'll stick with that.
Yeah. So this is, perhaps then we might be able to come to some sort of agreement. It certainly seems we agree on that matter, and well, I have reason to believe this watchtower might not be the position you want to stand at. I have information that other locations you hold dear could be targets, and of who might go there. After all, I think we could all say that a bloodless victory for me is not the same as a loss for you.
She says, yes, understanding that like a victory for her like improves her situation.
Mhm.
She says, yes, this watchtower is, she like looks back at it, not the most desirable position for me. And I can see why it would be desirable for you, Commander Victus. I am willing to negotiate the the transfer of it in exchange for your information, if you do so offer it.
Then I would suggest you and your ally. She seems to not quite know the word for how that would be, given that you have the idea that dragons would not have a hierarchy based on their coloring and type is very foreign
Right.
to the giants. So generally her assumption would be that red would be above green to some degree, but who knows? Clearly that is not how dragons work.
Yeah. We are
My
certainly
people
surprised.
will watch from a distance. We will speak in the common tongue so that both hear what I have to say. And should you try to ambush me, they will intervene quickly. But I can understand that being surrounded by them would be uncomfortable for you.
She
Does
says.
this work for you?
She says, and then switches to common. It does.
She will switch to common as once. Is good. Compared to most giants, our common is pretty good.
All right.
If it has a bit of like sort of orcish dialect, if anything.
I don't know how great any individual dragon is at speaking common either, given that the
Yeah.
language is so far beneath them.
You speak it with rare rats, right? So it's like
Yeah.
It's convenient. No, probably the inner circle has learned Draconic just to
hmm
please the dragon, right?
And understand what the dragon is saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Her suggestion is to speak you and her by yourselves. These guys will go over here to watch. I tried here stand close to the mystic. The others will sort of go here. She'll go over here.
Okay.
She does not seem. She seems wary of you, but not afraid. Certainly.
Yeah.
She's wielding a large, sort of a red-hot maul.
Okay. Yeah. Missouri is definitely not afraid of the fire giant, neither, but obviously concerned. I think a situation like this would take effort to fight.
Yes. But I could trick to probably sneak close enough to be within hearing distance, if nothing else.
Lignit will comment, first looking to Emmy and then to the fire giant. Well, this is certainly not as I'd imagined this going. Question mark?
Giant will look to Lignit says, I am Commander Victus of the Hierarchy's Fire Giant Forces.
And I'm Vilignif, the reason for all your troubles.
Yes. Could you believe, he looks to him and say, that some have called you the All-Father's punishment?
I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not, but I'll accept it as one.
They believe you've been sent by the All-Father to punish them for their impiety.
Commander Vigdis here, Vilignith, seems far more practical.
I suppose I do enjoy practical.
If the ancient ways had served us well, we wouldn't be in the current situation.
It's true.
Now, what I'm negotiating with here is dragons, our ancestral enemies, but I think we could both say that had our distant ancestors perhaps avoided direct conflict, both of our kinds might still be in a much better place than they are now.
A hearty nod from Missouri leader there.
I'm no historian, though, beyond what I need to know to not repeat the past. Beyond that, I'm here to candidly speak to you. One reason, because I'm interested, and the second reason, because I like to know my enemy, both from a practical standpoint, and because perhaps we do not have to be enemies forever.
I do have to disappoint a little bit, because I've recently found out that I don't even know myself, so I'm unsure whether you will ever understand me.
Forgive him, please, Commander Victus. He He is not an effective communicator.
That is all right. I do not speak your tongue. Such this language will have to suffice. I'm sure you can translate any misunderstandings.
He says, I will.
So, first I suppose I will give you a bit of information. How much do you know of the hierarchy? I will assume little, or at least nothing direct.
Yeah, like, I feel like my character will continue to be candid here. Like, speaking out of character, like, I understand, like, the system of how the hierarchy works, both through, like how the Order of Giants, because we've seen them throughout this valley over the course of the campaign, and obviously have fought them throughout it. And I know that they have been, like, in, like, confusion and concern over, like, their leadership. It's, like, what gave Vokord problems, and whenever I had the Were-Rats peep in years ago and succeeded on that espionage check, like, they are obviously, like, still having struggle there. And I think, like, my character would share that, like, candidly, like, this is what I know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. She'll nod and says that is very correct. The hierarchy is nominally, as you say, supposed to have each caste of giants with a particular task to fulfill. However, I believe that both the caste above mine and below have ulterior motives, or at least are not very good at their jobs. I think we are not to blame. We've defended our hold so far. Regardless, above us is the Cloud Caste, the administrators and priests that serve the Storm King. As the hierarchy functions, I do not know the name nor the positioning of the Storm King, only that he lives beyond there, points to the highest peak of these mountains. A place you know, because thunderbirds are there, and so is the endless storm that never lessens. Certainly a warning to anything that might fly in those places without being immune to lightning. The Cloudcast lives there. She'll point slightly further down to where the clouds are still covering the tips of the mountains, but not in sort of the dark, stormy color. And I believe that they have lost all connection to the Allfather. Thus, whatever commands they give are no longer his. Even when they were, Sharks, it did not seem to be in our best interest.
And it is important for individuals such as yourselves to secure your position against the ineffective leadership you have.
She nods. Oh yes, I have no doubt that in time that something will happen. Someone will emerge victorious up there. Currently, we mostly have our commands from the Regent, as it were, Sita, the leader of the Cloud Giant Council. They had 5 members, though she's the only one who has been seen any time recently by anyone I have been able to speak to. She allegedly carries the Storm King's will. But problems are also below us. It's almost like she's venting a little bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. She can't vent to anyone she has to vent to an outsider.
Yeah. She'll say the stone giants, stoic as they always have been, have always had their own ways. They are less pious, perhaps, or maybe more than they should be. They do mystic traditions and rituals. My predecessor, Vokord, was quite taken by their ways of interpreting the world. The cast has always been ineffective, lazy, some would say. They do their jobs, but they do them with minimal effort. I never liked them, nor will I really trust what they do.
Yes, I noticed the stone giants' foolhardy dedication to orders and inflexibility.
Mm-hmm. They are, well, by the Allfather, they were created to serve. And certainly they are more capable than our hillside cousins, though those make good soldiers, or shrugs. Maybe soldiers isn't quite the right word, but she doesn't have another convenient one.
Mm-hmm.
They are meat, she'll say. Our kind. We are few, but we are effective, and we are organized. I believe any one of us, maybe two, would be a match for one of you.
She says, with my prior experience, I would be inclined to agree.
Now, my current position is precarious. I'm not sure exactly where I stand, because my leadership commands me with unknown intentions, and my subordinates act with unknown intentions. Thus, I consider myself somewhat of a free agent in all of this.
You seek to improve the quality of your life as well as those of your kind in your precarious position.
She nods. I do. Volcourt spent many years wasting our time with mysticism and bone reading and celestial signs and so forth. I've no interest in that. My current plan, she'll sort of look at you, as if maybe she shouldn't tell you, but she's going to anyway because you seem frank enough.
Yeah.
Is to take back this watchtower, be what it may. I have support from several hobgoblin clans further down the mountain who can arrive at a hornblow. We will take the tower, then I will fortify it while contacting the Red Banner host to the south. They've recently become unruly, and I believe that with their aid, I can not only take command of the southern tribes here, but also lead them north into territories that might be yours, or things you care about might be. That would draw your attention away from the mountains, allow us to take them, only then to drive further in, following the devastation of the Red Banner host. In time, perhaps they would be defeated, but in doing so, we would have won much.
She says,
Now, of course, this completely conflicts with the commands of my superiors.
She says, well, my plans also involve the Red Banner host, as I do have a connection that I can use, which I might manipulate them, and given their proclivities for violence and the distraction of the hierarchy, why I had a vested interest in directing them against giant targets, which would undoubtedly distract your superiors, thus aiding my cause.
Well, it seems like that would be a bit of a contest of connection, influence, perhaps promise. I'm not entirely confident that I could win it, given that you had the same idea. But if nothing else, that was my immediate goal. I can tell you of the others, though. The hierarchy intends to strike all of their targets at the same time. Soon, they will attempt to collapse the mine, reducing it to rubble, using the rituals, the stone mystics. They will shake the earth until it is nothing but a mound of dirt. Then they will take possession of it. It will have little value to them then, but shrugs. It is not as if they are much coherent in their commands. Beyond that, a larger force of hill giants led by a stone giant who grew up amongst them and she seems a little disgusted by it, has sort of transcended the dynamic between our castes. He will lead a massive group of hill giants towards it, believing that superior numbers and force will break through. Ideally, he wishes to bring an avalanche of thrown rocks so large that nothing in the camp will remain, then take control of it and fortify it with long-range throwers. Beyond that, when those goals are taken, the plan will be to drive you out of the mountains entirely, ending with the conquest of the place you know as the Draconic Fane, the north.
How are you so certain of these plans, Commander Victus?
She shrugs. I am not at all certain. These are the plans of the others. I don't care for them. It is not how I would do it. I would bring all our force in one place. Strike, then move along. Dragons must flee, and the more the dragons flee, shrugs, the more people see us winning. And that is truly what matters, isn't it? The hearts and minds of the people of these mountains. Ogres may not be much, but in great numbers they can be in more places than we can. We have the same problems, you and I, though your mobility is superior to ours.
He says, mobility is superior, yes. Noting, however, the fighting in, she looks around, the home terrain of the hierarchy.
If only the stone giants would actually commit themselves. However, all we get is sort of gestures vaguely back, mystics advising us to await the signs. There is more of them than even the hill giants, but most of them refuse to take action. They simply, she sort of does a gesture towards the ground, to insinuate melt into the earth whenever they are needed. They disappear. I'm sure they have caverns or rocks or something they can live in below ground. They certainly do not listen to commands. Certainly
undependable. Undependable.
Mm-hmm.
By her
act when the signs make sense, and you've certainly seen how that can be expected to go.
Yes. Manikai, by her word choice and mannerisms, has she been knowingly deceptive towards me?
Give me an insight check.
I'll do that, yeah. I'm gonna do that in terms of bones. 1d20 plus
Can
16.
we do that as well?
Oh yes, you can.
Not that I will be able to relay the message, but I need to know.
My character's on board.
You have noticed she isn't really expecting dragons to be quiet or stealthy. Seems to be an assumption on her part.
Most of them are not, so.
You all believe that actually, if anything, she's a little hard to read, given that she's a fire giant. Most of her skin is just a molten, cracked rock, and her eyes are completely flaming.
Except for Malignus, who,
fire. But it seems like she's actually somewhat exasperated with her own kind. She feels like she's a bit alone in her way of doing things, and that is annoying. She believes that her leadership is incompetent, that the forces she's given access to is incompetent, and that, she does not seem to be deceptive to you.
Missouri swivels her head towards Valignith, and speaking in common, say, Valignith, it is acceptable for me that Commander Vigdis hold this watchtower and continue to hold it.
I must admit I did not expect such a interesting and pleasant conversation, or such practical thinking. I do want to ask a clarifying question. You are upset with how things are going, but you would generally still favor defending the order and the tradition as it is currently. That seem about right?
She thinks for a moment. Says, I don't believe I have a lot of choice in that.
Missouri will follow up with that and says her position is difficult to define given her superior's difficulty.
I'm aware of the difficulties. That is the reason I am asking. You appear to think that you have no choice, and perhaps in this very moment that might very well be the case, but order is rigid, but the world isn't all order. It's a mess, and that mess can mean opportunities.
If Valignus Commander Vigdis is making choices, this is why we are having this conversation with her.
Exactly, it's a start, but perhaps
you're asking for the ideal situation. Were I to have everything my way,
yes, pretty much,
then people think of them either I would accept having an actual hierarchy as it's supposed to work. Wisdom coming down from above, from a Lord of Thunder who is directly in contact with the All-Father, who can coordinate us with other similar hierarchies around the world to slowly bring on an age of giant kind. She flicks a hand. However, that is unrealistic and a foolish dream to follow. It is a lost cause. It has been for thousands of years. Especially here, where things do not work. If things worked perfectly, as they supposedly once did, I might well go along with it, even if it is old-fashioned, simply because it is an ideal. Now, we have a lost, broken dream. If everything was as I would want it, I suppose our castes would go our separate ways. The stone giants clearly have their own desires. I would simply see them gone from here. The hill giants perhaps could be wrangled to be controlled and commanded to control lesser tribes around, and my own kind would have no need for superiors. Perhaps we would set up living quarters, try to grow our number. We have been declining for the last, well, I don't know how long. Since we were growing in numbers. No, since our forges existed. Perhaps I would reclaim some of the lost places, my kind. He shrugs. Neither scenario, however, is likely to happen. As such, I cannot work with ideals. I must work with what I have to work with. And as long as every step I take is further in the direction I desire, I suppose I will get to a place that is reasonable eventually.
Certainly don't have much currently to work with, but with the few things you've said, I do believe you have more than you started this conversation with.
He shrugs. At minimum, I hope I can convince you not to fight this fight, but go fight others that I believe you might be more inclined to win and more motivated to win.
Missouri says, Valignus, perhaps you should get an early start. If the mystics are going to work a ritual on melting your mind, then haste might be appropriate. I can resolve this conversation and move my whereats after.
I don't think mere minutes are going to make a difference.
She blinks, and says, "Are you so unconcerned, Valignus?"
I am interested in what direction you would steer the end of this conversation in.
It will take me time to organize all of my people away from this locale. It will be more than minutes.
Perhaps. I do have a suggestion to make, or perhaps an idea to think about, one that I've admittedly not thought through in its entirety. What would happen to your available forces on the off chance that you were unexpectedly successful?
Missouri answers and says, Commander Vigdis related that it was her job to fortify the watchtower upon taking it.
Yes, I'm aware of that, but that does not exclude the possibility that she could impress her superiors to the fact that she would have more forces available, which in turn she could then direct.
Missouri bites in this venomous, accusing tone. Why do you insist that others deal in language you do not yourself deal with?
Fine, ignore my idea then.
It is absolutely real anger, biting back rage, shows in the dragon.
The fire giant is watching, but seems to not truly understand the dynamic here.
Honestly, who does?
Perhaps I will be granted more when I win. That's true.
Well, you two talk it out. I suppose I'll get an early start. As feeling of all, leave.
Missouri watches him go, turns back to the fire giant, and says, things will go as you desire, at least from my end of this conversation. My lycanthropes will withdraw from the tower, and your victory here will be total and bloodless.
I shall move in my forces then, and fortify. That shall be my actions for now. What is your intentions for the Red Banner host? Are we to compete for their attention?
She says, we could compete, or... She pauses. We can both have the impression of competing, and ultimately accomplish nothing with it.
You to think for a moment, nodding slightly, says, it would be a dangerous gamble. Should my side lose this conflict, I have no guarantee that you will not wish to finish the job, though I would want to make that as difficult for you as I can.
Missouri will actually step a bit closer and says, I will give you my guarantee that so long as you desire, you may hold that watchtower. I have no true interest in these mountains. Giants and dragons are ancestral enemies, and the weakness of your superiors and their danger are largely why Malignith has taken his actions. Should giants be as competent as you appear to be, the relationship and dynamic would change.
All right. She'll simply nod for now. Speaking much more, says, I suppose we will see how things develop.
We shall.
Either way, I think after this conversation I do indeed stand better than I did before it. I'm glad you spared me the time and risk of coming to the ground.
She says, it was worth doing. I too stand better.
Beyond that, I suppose, as a courtesy, I will give you a warning. The Cloud Lords are dangerous and powerful. They know runic magics that is not taught to our lower castes. Much of the runes you can find on tombs or ancient places are their work. It is powerful things. Beyond that, their specialization is in the power and magic of the air. To remove it from the lungs of their foes, to condense it and use it as a weapon. I believe they would be excellent at fighting you in your aerial state. I suppose just as excellent as they would be in fighting you on the ground. They thus do not suffer the same difficulties as my kind.
She says, but these Cloud Lords do not deign to come down from their heights.
They have not in a very long time, though should this war go very badly for them, I don't imagine they wish to simply lose it. Sort of a non-committal shrug. She doesn't know exactly.
Right, yeah. And neither does Ibizuri. Yeah, it makes sense.
You will notice them. They're about twice the height of me. And certainly carry maybe close to twice my power.
When she says that, is it with like just like a blunt honesty, or is it with like a
grudging sort of? Maybe she's actually she's not sure. She knows that she wouldn't win
okay
against one of them. It also seems she doesn't really know which ones are around.
Right.
Apparently, there were 5.
Missouri steps a bit back and says, "Very well. Commander Victus' ancestral enemy. She looks at the sun, as it will take a measure of time to relocate my lycanthropes, after which the tower will be barren, much in the state in which it was left.
I will fetch my forces, and we will arrive at dawn.
Says,
Hopefully that will be sufficient.
acceptable. Farewell, ancient enemy.
Slayer, bring your regards to. She gestures in the distance where you can see Malignant flying on.
It will be done.
To the Scourge of the Allfather. Just with a slight smile, as if these ideas that the Allfather would send a group of dragons to teach the hierarchy a lesson is somewhat of a sick irony to her.
Yeah, it is entertaining. With that, Vizora will look the fire giant in the eyes, look up in her eyes one more time. And then she thinks about outing her cicatrix momentarily, somewhere around here, she's sure. But
Who knows?
She'll take flight.
Yeah, Cicatrix is left she sure hopes these motherfuckers are leaving.
For Commander Victus returns. Giving some orders in Giant, that makes the people return and go back to presumably get their hobgoblins.
Yeah, she'll slink in between the rocks, slowly make her way. She's not, the whole point of hiding was people not knowing that there was another dragon, and she sees no reason.
That is like a goblin or something you can eat on the way.
Yeah.
They scurry everywhere around these mountains.
Emi Zure will return to the tower to relay orders that the Werets are to pull back from this watchtower and head back north, following the road. Await further orders this winter. This is a very easy take, so if we wanted to capture it again, by all means we could. Werets had a very easy time taking it the first time.
Yeah.
They
basically walked in, there was almost no one there.
And we walked in, so it's we didn't really lose anything. There's no dead were-rats. And if anything, we got new red-rats.
You can certainly meet up and do what you are going to do.
Where do you two want to go? Out of character. I want to head for the mine.
I think the miners. I mean, they did say they would only go to the Fane after they take those two places, and between those two places, the mine is definitely the way.
Yeah, they're going to collapse the mine, and they can always just empty it out later after we're fucking dead. God.
I don't even think they're going to do that. It's just a territory thing. They're we own the mine.
Yeah. Yeah, they're no longer thinking in cost-benefit analysis after last session. So.
They just want to fucking pee all over the mine. And then be like, yeah, this is our territory. Suck it. And, I think that would be a terrible waste. After all, how will Vindictive pay us in gold if there is no, or silver?
Alright. My character will head for the mine after, the hour so that she spends to, organize her minions away from the tower.
Probably about the same time that the Cicatrix has found a way to actually be able to move without fearing the stupid giants seeing her.
I'll probably catch up to Valignith, if nothing else, given the speed disparity between his fly and my fly.
Yeah, how's Valignith feeling, given this conversation and development?
Intrigued of the possibility of maybe a third option that isn't him dying or all the giants dying, but something in between. And perhaps a little bit upset at having been so rudely interrupted by Emi, but he's not going to say that out loud. For now, there's actual giants to kill. That's easy.
Yeah, but Cicatrix is just confused. She was here for killing. I guess they get to do that now.
Yeah, we get to kill 2 groups instead of 3, or attempt to rather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think she enjoys waiting on the right moment to strike. I think she feels almost slightly let down. It's like, you're the cat and you're like looking for that thing that's moving around. You're ready, and then suddenly it's just taken. It's like, no, you're not playing anymore. Like, whoa.
They were allowed to leave?
Yeah, it's like, what the hell? But this is not her situation, so it's fine. Even though it's not finished.
It has not been done.
Yeah.
By all means, if you want to see it done and fight all those giants by
Sorry.
yourself, go for it.
The Slavi. Yes. She'll make her way. Also figuring that, the mine seemed to be the target, so.
Cross the mountains to the silver mine. Da, da, da.
Yeah. It's a bit of a trip, around the tallest peaks.
Trying not to get caught by a thunderbird.
Yeah, you know where they are. They just don't seem to really come down from there.
Right.
It just occurred to me that the reason that the black dragons have such a great time here is because they don't have to deal with the giants. They can just stay in the water and be like, no, fine, you stay there, we're over here.
I mean, they certainly don't have to deal with giants now.
Yeah, we're good.
I think there are any aquatic type giants.
No, it's like, you have your peaks, I'm not interested in those. Yeah. Makes sense. Sorry. It's just like, oh, hey.
Arriving at the mine, you'll certainly be informed by the dwarves that there has been a bit of a rumble in the earth. They have fortified it as was commanded, well protected, but they maybe aren't prepared for that sort of attack. I think we can safely say. Finding the giant sort of host here is actually pretty easy. It's not particularly hidden in any way, shape, or form. Particularly because there's so many goblins. Lots of little things sneaking about, just an disorganized mess in general. Beyond that, there are several hobgoblins organized in 2 large regiments. A couple of stone giants seems to be leading a ritual, while hill giants are collected around piles of stone has been brought, presumably for artillery. They don't seem to have any intention of coming closer to the mine, really. There's no desire there. Leaving you somewhat with the initiative. The ritual seems to be ongoing. They don't seem to be hurrying. One particular stone giant is in the middle of a circle of cracked earth, working it, essentially magically influencing it. It seems that making an earthquake happen at some distance is a difficult task, even for them.
I think Imuzure would ask Valigneth, we just do this out of character to brush over this, whether he believes he has the means through which to wield the power of Tiamat to counter the ritual without us attacking it to force the giants to do something else.
Manikai? I'm not a certified cleric in real life. I don't know how this works.
No, but you are in the game. Yeah, I mean, you're a ritual caster and you worship Tiamat. This is a place of her strength, and you have a decent religion skill, right? You could try to counter ritual them from the heart of the mine. Might even be able to damage them somewhat if you do it well enough.
Yeah.
Willingness will relay that.
She says, I think it would be more fitting for us to attack them where they believe is strongest and force them into another situation from where Versicatrix can then strike. If we just fly at them, they are expecting it. They would not be expecting your greatness.
Well, they should.
Yeah, I was gonna say, ooh, that's like one of those backhanded compliments.
Also, she's not exactly sure, how great Valignith is at, wielding these powers, but I mean, the Blessing of the Dragon Fane was arranged, and he did cleanse this place whenever we cleared it earlier, so it's yeah.
He is, better than Tiamat right now, so I can suppose.
So it's like maybe he can just wield the power of Tiamat to counter ritual these fucking giants until them get fucked.
I'm not gonna say that Versicatrix has any religion skill, but she's like, yep, yes, that's what he is.
I mean, hell, that sounds more fun than, us straight up attacking him.
Only one way to find out.
Alright.
Only in counter-ritualing is the truth revealed.
Don't bonk your religion skill now, right?
Maybe Zuri will wait at the entrance to the mine as Valigna presumably goes into the depths to the center.
Yeah, through some side entrance or something.
Yeah, he can definitely do that. You even have the map here. The center.
It's true, it's just to the northwest of the map where we encountered the giants.
Oh yeah.
Meow. I know this isn't the entrance, but I'll just put myself over here anyway.
I feel like there should be less bones at this point.
It's true.
Theater of the mind.
There's less bones now.
We replaced the old bones with better bones.
There we go, new bones. We got that new bone smell.
All sacrifices to Tiamat. Just like how she likes.
Exactly.
Sure. Sheep, then why don't you give me a religion check to try to counter ritual?
All right. Turns out my religion bonus is not that amazing.
Maybe a skill challenge.
That could also work.
I suppose it's just worth asking us.
To participate.
We would be more indirectly I suppose I would be more indirectly jabbing at the group to distract the ritual more so than helping in the ritual itself. I guess I was just asking the other players whether you find it more interesting to spend time on this as a skill challenge or whether it's just whatever, because it has been a long session of us not actually doing much.
Yeah, and we haven't had a skill challenge in a while. I just worry that it's such a niche approach that it might be difficult to really contribute with many skills. We'd have to maybe widen it to just disrupt the ritual, and one part would be Valigna trying to.
You could harass them, you could do other things too.
Yeah, that's probably accurate. How do you feel, Ari?
I'm good with either. I gotta say, beyond my stealth, I don't have a lot of Versicatrix deals. Look, despite her sneakiness, she deals mostly in violence.
Okay, we'll keep it in interest of keeping this mission moving. Keep it away from a skill challenge.
I'm okay with skill challenge though. I like the mechanic.
Yeah, let's do it. That makes sense. I think the dragons would try to do things if else.
Oh, okay.
Just force around. Yeah. Skill challenge.
I'm against the idea now. Okay.
Then we'll do it.
There's already know something that could happen here. So it's I think it's gonna be a moderate skill challenge of your level, really. Just mostly their level too. complexity of 2, meaning 6 successes before 3 failures. If you win, they don't. Their ritual. Let's see. How do I phrase it? You disrupt and damage them, forcing their hand to act. While if you lose, you attempt this. You do not damage them, nor do you force their hand to act. Thereby, maybe you will have to actually attack them or something on their home turf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lose is they do it, basically.
All right.
You'll remember how to do these. Simply describe what your character is doing, pick a skill, makes sense for you doing it, and then do it. Beyond that, I think it's safe to say that any actions that would be appropriate would be something like distracting the giants. It could be appropriate to aid Velignith in doing his rituals, his ritual casting for his senses. Basically, he needs to do. Essentially, it's the power of will and faith, right? Again, the rather zealous giant mystic.
You know what are my lowest skills? Arcana and religion.
Okay, I can actually get us started off there. We can keep the religion check in the bank. While Volignus is distracted here at the center of the ritual, Missouri leader there is actually going to go to the dwarves and direct them around. We can actually distract the ritual by making them think that we're attacking. So if I can have the dwarves pretend like they're showing force with her, the giants might think a fight's actually going to happen, and thus distract the ritual caster.
So it's like a bluff, maybe.
Yeah, sounds like a bluff. Utilizing the dwarves there to pretend like we're going to fight right now.
Charge! No, retreat.
For bluff. 21. I don't like that. That's dumb. I'm going to fast talk that.
All right.
33.
Now that's a success. 21 would. All right. Putting you at 1 out of 6. Oh, 1-0. Say. As the Missouri goes off to do just that. The dwarves moving in. I mean, they're somewhat used to these maneuvers, though, but like this way of doing things is usually more direct. They know how to look like they're attacking.
I think the religion check for Velignus to do his ritual is inevitable. Ari, do you want to do anything before that? Like chronologically, as it were?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of said earlier that the secretaries might be a little impatient here, so anyway, I can just sneak about and I don't know, eat some goblins, throw them into a cliff.
Sure. I think stealth makes sense for some
Yeah,
tactics.
maybe trying to even pick up some information,
You're blurring a lot of ideas there together.
Yeah. Do you think she'll start killing?
Yeah.
Just for Paris blood. Blood there should be.
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Is a success.
They don't even know there was a dragon. It's just
They don't. They just know that some people disappear.
Yeah.
And that they should search for them because these dwarves are attacking soon, and they need to muster.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, but probably more making more chaos than anything.
No, yeah, it's did you get the orders? No, we didn't. What are you talking about? There's no orders. The guy just
Stone giants are already not very good leaders in general.
Yeah, I think meanwhile in the mine, Valigny will scratch the circles and lines and fill them with his draconic essence infused fire. He doesn't need candles, he is a candle. And try to, do this thing. He doesn't exactly know what to do. It's instinctive. He just does what he thinks is right. Trusting his instincts to guide him. So let's see how that goes. Okay. I mean, it's above average.
It is above average. It is also just barely enough to be a success here.
I'll take barely enough.
At halfway. So these are fairly important. As he begins to channel, he can feel certainly that there's another power. The place has sort of already been protecting itself a little bit. Tiamat does not like people ruining her stuff. Her beautiful mind. But then again, she's a split goddess of many. Her attention is very broad most of the time.
I think perhaps in the same motion, almost the same action, perhaps Veliknev makes the whole ritual, the whole display of it, mostly the sounds, the heat, the fire, a bit more excessive and ominous as they have to be, so that that maybe from the outside, just looking towards the mine, there's a bit of a sign that something is happening here, something ritualistic in nature.
Right.
To as a show of force, sort of. Like, something's gonna happen. Your ritual looks so tiny in comparison. Maybe you should just have concerns.
Now, normally I think that might be difficult to do here. See, you're angling for intimidate.
Yeah.
But given that these giants are generally the more superstitious kind, and that they do believe you might be sent by the Allfather to punish them for their sins, their failings, really. I think you could scare them. I think maybe that make them think maybe there isn't a victory. Maybe they're not meant to win.
I was going to work the angle to do that myself. I'm glad that you're finding a way to do that.
All right. Maybe be like, hey, Emmy, what's the giant way to say Scourge of the Allfather so I can shout that ominously?
It's definitely what you are, Scourge of the Allfather.
You should have told the secret you would like sneak behind people and whisper them in their ear.
That'll do. As some of them begin to look at each other, of the stone giants that I hear. So.
I think I'll play into that now. As like the stone giants start to look at each other and like Ibizar like will bellow out like towards the minions, like the goblins, like, do you believe your masters can protect you when the Scourge of the Allfather summons his power? All of you will be laid down. Flee, little goblins, before it's too late. Basically, like, try to get like the goblins to, like scamper around and cause chaos unto themselves, as they're so good at.
Oh yeah,
that's just like a ritual. Yeah, looking to intimidate those little bastards.
Intimidating goblins. That's not difficult. See if it's enough to make trouble. It is.
26.
Yeah, they storm around, scamper about everywhere. Yeah, meaning that you almost done it. The amount of distraction, sort of pushing to the point of the stone giants, considering maybe it's time to throw everything in the Allfather's hands or so forth. Maybe this sophisticated approach is not.
I'm so sad that because I have a really good intimidate skill, but it's like I'm trying to be hidden. Can I use insight so that when I strike, I can try and find like the most significant like command structures and such now that I'm thinking about?
Definitely. Insight makes sense.
You want to murder the right people.
Sure. Generally, knowing what's going on is a good thing in many situations.
Is that high enough?
That is, though not by much.
Nah, I have a reroll on insight.
No, you're good. You don't need better than just to do it. Okay, so basically the scene we see, right, is these giants like moving around, being unsure. And I think given that you succeeded here, not only does the mine not immediately collapse, they also give up this approach for another one. Would you rather have them split their forces in an attempt to disrupt your ritualistic actions, basically sending some forces to fight you in the heart of the mine to try to get you and stop your ritual? Or would you rather think that they should attack with all their forces united against the outside of them?
Out of character, like narratively, like we got 6 successes and had 0 failures. I
Yeah.
feel like they would just attack all together.
Yeah.
Like, as advantageous as it might be for them to split up, I feel like just like their total like failure there.
Yeah, I think they'd be upset.
Yeah. Gotta fucking, put the people and line them in the battlefield before they.
As Ibizar like pulls the dwarves back.
Retreat.
Is going old Denethor, fly, you fool!
Well, that would be mean. They can't fly. She can.
Hey.
All right.
Yes.
Then you know what? Let's just use the same little map down here then.
Yeah.
Since we are fighting a narrowing pass.
Let me I need to see if my macros are working. Yes, they are.
Oops, you're down here again. All right. And I will just give you a little bit of a. Is it advantageous to you to have a bigger battlefield? I guess it is, right?
Well, it could be. Giants throw very far.
They do. Give you a little bit of sight here of their ritual site.
Wow.
Which were
I mean,
not
no
that bad.
wonder it failed. Look at that. Look at those cracks. They're not even like in any system or anything. Like.
As they will begin to move. And then I will tell you about these types of enemies, because we have a few things. You're a bit bigger than you were last time you fought giants. And you might notice that we now have groups of hobgoblins that are in single units, basically functioning as a troop, a swarm of people. They're of course more dangerous than they would be. They function as a single creature. Using their abilities, they're weak to area and close attacks. That's how that works. Beyond that, we have a new thing, because before we've had goblin swarms, but goblins are just not important enough anymore, given your size and power, that we track them at all. There are tons of goblins here, just sort of running about. But they're really more set dressing than anything else. You can just imagine while fighting other things that you also beat up some goblins or make them go mad with fear or something.
Right. When we miss, it's because we're biting the head off of a goblin.
What we do have is these goblin war bosses. They are people, or very particular goblins, who have respect and command enough to actually make use of the goblin floods. They have powers with the army keyword, such as volley here, for example. An attack, they can use, many of their attacks are recharge or encounter based, and they have the army keyword. However, when you hit them with a closer area attack, you essentially kill all the goblins around them, and so any army keyword powers are immediately expended and will have to be recharged. Beyond that, they also have a -1 to powers that are already being recharged. To be recharged. Essentially, if you keep hitting them with area attacks, they can't gather any goblins around them because you kill them all. Yeah. Keep that in mind. They can be a
He's
bit.
so small.
Yeah, well, he's
so tiny.
a goblin.
Yeah, it's like weird.
Yeah. All right. You can position yourselves. I mean, you have the benefit here. As these guys will charge front, we'll have the phalanxes moving in front here.
I think I'll have my character coming like up, like flying down. Makes sense.
I think Valinov being where he is okay. How close can he start?
Where do you want to be?
I wanna be like here, but I don't think that's realistic.
Yeah, let's see. You can be within like 15 of this guy, I guess.
15 of that guy.
You know, since he's the so like yeah.
All right.
Oh
And
wow!
do mark yourself as flying or not if you're not.
No.
Good. Then roll me some initiative because these creatures are somewhat believing that
Oh,
the time to die.
Makes sense that my character is like, effort. Be lucky I even got a 22 with my -1 initiative.
It's lovely.
-1 to
No, -1 to dexterity. But the reason my initiative is so high is because of that half level bonus.
Yeah, I have, dex.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a good feeling.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Persicatrix, acting with a net
First.
20 there on the initiative.
But I'm in a pickle now.
Could you roll me a stealth check? Maybe you're hidden, right?
I am hidden.
Okay, then you're hidden.
Did
I don't think they could actually see you, these hill giants. So
fuck, man, they're looking at the big red dragon. Well, not that big, but
I was about to say, wow, that's a compliment.
so big. Yeah. Well, I mean, but I really want to move in later, so
delay and tell me when.
nah, I'll ready an action.
Okay.
What are you readying? So in 4th edition, like what you have to do is like, as soon as X happens, I'll do Y. Okay.
I'm ready to charge if Malignant is attacked. Is that alright? Like basically, if something attacks him, I'll charge it.
What if he's attacked by something beyond your range to charge?
It'll have to be melee.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that right?
I mean, yeah. Though again, if they're what if they're outside of range of you?
I mean, I could double move and charge, right?
You can ready 1 action.
Yeah, that's true. That is a good question, then. I guess I'll just wait. I don't want to delay, because I don't want to lose my initiative. So,
Sure.
just preparing.
Yeah. Well, this phalanx. I mean, Malignant is on the ground. What's his opinion here? Charging into this host of goblins and giants stomping over.
I mean, that's his plan.
Yeah, just getting in the middle of it. Well, this phalanx is a coordinated charger. So before it charges, which it intends to do, it gets to throw javelins. As they will line up and throw their hail of javelin.
That misses.
Misses, then they will charge. Getting a +1 to hit with their wall of spears.
That still
They try
misses.
to stab at the dragon. Disappointing. This guy is a stone giant. He's the one who tried to do the ritual. And he still has his magical power, which is just fine. Move forward a bit, looking to Velignith, and then he will take something from his I guess it's like a bandolier, basically. A stone carved in runes, which he will then throw towards Velik.
Wait, that 36 hits. Yeah.
It strikes him, and essentially he feels his bones and his whole body begin to shake and shatter as if brittle and made of stones. This is a small version of the ritual he was going to do in the mine, as he feels himself just collapse to the ground and have a hard time moving or acting. As the hobgoblins sort of soar towards him. They came prepared. The Runekawa, they've been seen before. They're generally the aid, if you will, of the hierarchy. They give spiritual advice. We'll also move in. Not quite able to get there in time, but we'll just double move. Over here. Standing over Velignith with his in-runed war pick. These Phalanx will also charge Velignith. First, they will throw their javelins.
That hits.
Alright, take 17 damage, and then they will charge. A miss.
And miss.
Velignith.
Alright, you say they came prepared. I see no proof of that. Because this ritual will neither collapse the mine nor stop Velignith, who will spend a minor action to just not be dazed.
Okay.
Take 10 hit points, but he is no longer dazed. Then he will stand up as a move action, and as a standard action, he's gonna use a minor action instead to breathe dragon fire all over these fools. Which will be like so.
Alright.
Big ol' flame. In fact, he is gonna... And that's only the next attack roll, so that would only be one. Yeah. He'll just do this. 38, 33, and 31.
Looks like all hits.
For 22 fire damage.
Should not. As the fire blasts over the phalanx, they're not ready to put up their shields just in time as it burns through the coordination, scorching all of them.
Well, you know what? Let's spend an action point on top of that.
Alright.
Which will mean another one. 36, 39, and 38 for another 25 fire damage.
More damage. The phalanxes boil and burn.
Oh god!
Armor, as they are reduced to half strength during their first charge, just straight into the fire zone.
And then Velignith is gonna spend a standard action to summon his trusty shield, while at the same time hitting all of these guys with more area of effect. But this is a close blast free, so I don't believe I can hit both groups. I will hit the left one because I like that one less.
Alright.
As he will summon his fiery shield of the gods. I don't know why I did 3 attacks. It's a 30 and a 35.
That looks like both hits.
For 20 force damage.
You guys do not have that much reflex. And that is also a close blast.
These phalanxes are sturdy, I'll give them that.
More of them get blown and thrown everywhere. They continue fighting. Commands yelled in Goblin.
But that will be Evelyn's turn.
All right.
Fire and force. That's what he is.
Boss.
Oh, also, sorry, the phalanx and the rune carver, if they got hit, they're also prone.
Okay. Prone. That is. That's hurtful. Just remind me. Do. Yes. All right. He'll move forward. Command his goblin host to shoot a volley at Velignith. Arrows.
That is a mess.
Oh well. That's how it goes sometimes. Missouri.
Missouri has concerns about there being this many giants, and she wonders, like, even in provoking them, somehow. Alright. Well, she'll use a move action to fly like so. Or fly 9. She'll convert her standard into a move action and touch down right here.
Right.
Looking at all of the giants around her. Deep concerns. Deep concerns. As a minor action, she is going to mark the Earthshaker Shaman, as well as the entire force controlled by the Goblin War Boss. She'll spend a power point to do that. I will spend my action point. That seems appropriate here. In so doing, she will, of course, become insubstantial and phasing until the start of her next turn. She'll mark down insub and phasing. And in looking at the war boss, that shaman, he's puny. He's weak. You silly bastard. I think what I'm going to do is breathe fire. Not breathe fire. I don't breathe fire. I breathe poison. Solely over, like, this goblin and, like, all the goblins around him. As if the giant is not beneath her, but she'll get to that later. I shouldn't do that with my fucking... What the hell am I doing using an action point to breathe poison? I'm stupid. God. I'll just blind the Earthshaker Shaman. There we go. We'll spend 2 power points on that.
All right.
32 versus armor class.
That just hits.
Okay, 21 damage, and the Earthshaker Shaman is blinded until the end of my next turn.
And he's blinded. Yeah, he seems go down. He seems fairly dangerous, actually.
Yeah,
Certainly
so.
for a stone giant, he is beyond others you have encountered.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
moving rocks up to try to defend him.
Yeah, I'm not enjoying this rock thrower over here either. I remember them, but this is the position I'm now in. I'm out of actions. I end my turn.
You've come a long way. Certainly sees you there, and we'll try to get you away from the shaman.
Okay. 29 versus reflex. I am hit. Am I going to be pushed?
Yes.
Okay. You go ahead and push me. I have an immediate reaction. All right, immediate reaction. She reaches through time and space with her persistent Harrier attack. 23 versus armor class on the goblins.
Against the goblin?
Oh shit! Against the rock thrower. Sorry.
No, that misses.
Okay.
Just misses. Too.
All right. I will take that 16. I'll take 8 damage.
Woo. The rock sort of hits.
All right.
Yeah, that's really what he does. This goblin screeches at this dragon.
I should have played.
And we'll also yell for there to be a volley. Shoot it.
Not quite.
No, it's also and then we'll move back. This giant moves over here, fling a rock in Missouri.
That will hit and deal half damage.
All right. crunch. She finds
What is
these giants are not as dangerous as those big rocks.
Oh, hurl. I thought it said hurt. I was like, it's a sad rock. Very sad.
Okay.
She remembers them being more dangerous, tougher perhaps, but she's grown a lot since.
Yeah. And she definitely had concerns going into all the giants.
Another rock will be thrown her way,
All right, that one will miss.
and another rock will be thrown her way,
That one will also miss.
and another rock will be thrown her way.
That one will miss as well.
Yeah,
It's too hard to hit the translucent, insubstantial dragon.
it's hill giants. You fought those way back in.
Yeah,
You took the dam, really.
I remember the Serpentine Row.
It me.
Ridiculous.
Yes. Well, we're gonna have to double move here.
Did you have a charge attack that you wanted to use? Since you are in range of a charge.
I mean, I might as well, don't I?
Yeah.
Oh. I'll charge.
Oh, you're flanking.
Combat advantage.
The Phalanx was not prepared for this.
Ah. Oh no, that definitely hits them.
Wait, what is that? I cannot. I
Melee
really need-
basic.
Yeah, but what's the roll?
Like, we players are not able to mouse over. Like, she's not able to mouse over her roll to see. 15.
Huh?
It's a 15.
Okay, you tell me if it's an 18 or above. And well, I think he's
Why?
both surprised and I have flanking, so I'm gonna go ahead and add my stack.
You safely can. 30 damage.
On an vantage.
Tearing into them, ripping off the back line. They're just getting their javelins again.
Yeah, well. Is it action point time? Is that a thing we do? I feel like it could be.
Maybe not, because we ostensibly will have another fight against more giants after this.
I'll stay here.
Well, they have two choices. I think they will collectively shift here and then attack Resicatrix. Their spears.
That
Is
will
a
hit.
natural 20, actually. So it'll be 29 damage.
Oh.
The spears hit their mark. The phalanx
do.
kind of shifting away, no longer flanked, and with vigor as a new foe approaches.
I
That
ain't
might
got
be.
any, Wow.
But Resicatrix expected more fear and sort of reluctance. This guy is now blind.
That's right. Since I got shoved away, where even am I?
Yeah, I don't. How can you know? I mean, what are you going to do when you're just standing here blind? Do you perchance have anything? No, not really. Well, he gets to still recharge. That's something you can do. No recharge. He'll total defense, I think.
Makes sense.
Try to protect himself from any foe that might come up. This guy will stand up. Doesn't like being knocked on the ground, and he has work to do. Let's see here. No. Yes. He'll simply swing his war pick.
And misses.
Well, can't be lucky every. This guy's got to stand up, and we'll then try to spear him.
That hits. So many spears.
Yeah.
Well, they are, however, in luck because I have more fire. Let me shift back a space and throw some more fire on them. purifying fire, in fact. Which will hit like so. Which will be 25, 21, and 24. Those are some horrible rolls, Jesus.
Hit, miss, hit.
Okay, the hits take 34 fire and 10 ongoing. The miss takes 17 and no ongoing.
As the last of the phalanxes die standing side by side, just
Oh, hey, nice.
Yeah,
Sure.
Hobgoblin just utterly like obliterated in a conflagration of.
nothing more. Revealing the goblins behind them over here, like
Hello.
screaming and yelling.
Ah!
And that'll be Valinga's turn.
All right,
She is bloodied. I should keep that in mind.
the goblin hordes. He'll recover his ability to volley shoot, which will then immediately do against Vesicatrix this time. Shoot it.
No,
30 AC.
no. I have combat advantage. Can't see that.
He'll run over here because he's crazy like that.
Okay.
Misery.
Missouri. Looks around as like she's like swimming in goblins.
Climbing on her, stabbing, swinging around.
Yeah. Giants, like looming big and tall. Keeps an eye on that. That's not comfortable. Okay. Fortunately, that Goblin War Boss moved just in an awkward position for her. That's okay. This rock thrower, she's like, I can angle myself so that he'll have to move instead of just throwing at me, she thinks. She's no longer insubstantial in phasing. She'll move next to this blind stone giant right here, like so. A standard action is going to be to use a... I think she wants to keep him blind. We're going to go ahead and... I know he's total defensing. Let's try this. A knifing wind attack. Unaugmented. We'll do that. I have combat advantage. It'll be a 39 versus armor class.
Hits.
12 damage, and the shaman is dazed.
He's
Until the end of my turn. My next turn. I will use a minor action to gain 9 temporary hit points. I will end the turn here. He's no longer blinded.
He's just buffeted by winds.
As buffeted by winds.
Right. Well, this rock thrower sees problems everywhere, but his job is generally just to throw rocks at whatever he can throw rocks at well. Not get in the way. He'll move over here, trying to stay away, and then he will use a shattering rock burst, throwing several rocks that crash into each other, spraying rocks all over Vesicatrix.
Gross.
42. Yeah, that'll hit.
Gross.
All right, 17 damage. You're dazed, Saban.
I remember that attack.
Mm-hmm. I remember it too.
That is preposterous.
You're covered in hails of rocks,
I know.
dust.
What is this? I'm almost bloodied.
This war boss will try to recharge his army, trying to gather more goblins that actually reload their... No, he couldn't do that. Well, he has other army things he could do. He is, after all, a goblin war boss. None of his things are expended, so he will tell them to get venomous arrows and shoot them at the dragon. Shoot it, and reserve it right there.
Venomous arrows. Well, that misses. Just deflected off the wings.
Even if it hit.
Shh! Don't tell the goblins.
It probably hit. That's how they see it.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. Dragon hit by Well, that's disappointing for them. Both used it. All right. Well, we have a giant here who'll move in to assist a buddy, swinging a great club.
That will definitely hit. I'll take
Right.
my 10 damage.
Pushed 1 square.
Okay. Push like here or here?
Straight.
Okay.
Not super smart, these guys.
Boop.
We'll step forward here and then swing his great club.
And miss. Even with combat advantage.
We'll
I
move
was
in,
like,
swing a great club. No.
That will miss.
Well, just here and then throw a rock at
No.
the shield.
Did something.
Cicatrix.
yeah, I mean, I was looking at skills to move, but this guy came right to me.
Gonna go clubbing.
That could not be this funny. I hate it. But it was a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I will use my tornado strike then.
Okay. Tornado strike.
Find all this.
One
So
or
you
two.
I see,
30 hits, yeah.
and I can slide it 2 squares. Oh, well. But the important thing is that I can move 3 squares after the attack. 1, 3, and it's a skill that targets 1 or 2 creatures. So
You do move after the attack.
Yeah, it's after the attack, so you don't get to make that attack.
all right, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, you slice up the giant, it collapses and falls. Perhaps once these titans would have been terrifying to you, but you're beyond them. Skill and power.
Oh, I get 10 temporary hit points.
Okay.
Farm the week.
You get to make a save
Oh yes, I do.
Against being dazed.
continuously.
Be very happy to save against that. Yeah, that's just a d20.
There's a d20.
No,
Remain dazed. You.
it's like goblins crawling all over me.
Shift back here.
You skipped the shaman's turn.
Yeah, I totally did. It's a very important turn.
Figured I'd go ahead and tell you.
So he's got an immediate issue here. Let's see if he can get his ability back first. Does. He's Quaker Stone back. That is not what he needs right now. Yeah, this is. Not actually what he would want to do. He kind of wants this dragon away from him. He has a lot of things that make it stay.
Yeah.
Well, it's not my fault that the hill giant hit.
No, true. He will just try to. He only has one action, as turns out, so he can't even shift and then do another thing. So he'll have to use one of his close attacks. He will stomp into the ground, making it shake, trying to knock the dragon off its feet for the giants to club. Using Earth-Shaking Stomp.
40 versus 42.
Oh, no, the fucking thing. Oh yeah, that.
Okay, I'll take 17 damage and get knocked prone.
He rolled a fortitude.
Shit.
Oh,
97 HP, and I am prone. Ow.
yeah. He's a dangerous fellow.
If it's not a grand slam, it's something else.
I can shift backwards. And you remember something these guys do. So he will quickly look to Valignith. He has 2 dragons. He's one of them gone. Valignith is convenient positioning for that. So he will draw a rune in the air. The rune of stony sleep.
Doesn't he provoke?
He shifted backwards.
And even then, you're dazed. You don't get combat advantage.
That one. I was
Yeah.
looking down at the other shit. Okay. Never mind.
So that is a 37 versus fortitude.
It hits for 20 damage.
And you're slowed. Save ends.
They'll never learn, do they?
And if you fail, you're then petrified.
That all he does?
I mean, yeah, it's an action to do.
Okay. There we go. So, this is silly of him, because Valignith's just gonna shrug off this effect. It's a safe end, so you can just, as a minor action, decide to end it.
Okay.
He'll take that 10 damage. And
I
then...
hope.
Yes, give me a second. And then he will not only shrug off this effect, but, injuries, they're just a state of mind. Death is a condition, I remember that. As Valignith will use Cure Critical Wounds on himself. He will regain hit point as if he had spent 3 healing surges.
Oh my soul.
Oh, damn. That is...
1, 2,
But the 28 would be disappointing for that.
3. And he doesn't actually expend them.
Well, the old cleric saying, standard action, I'm almost at full hit points.
So that was a minor, a standard, and as a move action, he's gonna go here.
Yes.
Goblin is intimidated.
It should be.
So be it. Because he has Cold Goblin's weapon to use the envenomed arrows on Valignith.
Yeah, it's a reflex, so yes, it hits.
And 18 poison damage and ongoing 5 poison damage. Save ends. Gonna run over here. Amy Zure.
Will stand up as her move action. Okay. She thinks she could work with that. She rears back. Her standard action. She'll spend a power point against the dazed shaman who will remain dazed until the end of her turn. Yeah, 1 power point brutal barrage attack. Now, because the target is dazed, she has an advantage. She'll deal extra damage equal to her charisma modifier with her hits.
Yep.
That's a 25, a crit, a 33, and a 37.
The 25 misses.
Okay, so that's 3 hits. So let me do that. 10 plus
Well,
10.
so remember, doesn't actually matter, does it?
It would matter because it won't give me the extra
Oh.
damage on it.
That's true.
So
The
3
charisma.
10s, a 6, and then a 3d8 on top of that. 54 points of damage, and the target is rendered prone.
Smashed onto the ground.
She snorts and says in giant, "You are inferior." I think a minor action will be used to looks around. No. Yeah, let's not do anything with that minor. Actually, yeah, we will. Activate the Talon Amulet. Any creature that hits me with a melee attack takes 1d6 damage. That'll be the end of my turn.
Yeah. This giant sword has to do a recharge for his Shattering Rock Burst. Well, then it will simply be a knockdown throw on my Cicatrix.
No.
The shaman is no longer dazed.
Point. The rock throwing Cicatrix just moves, probably like dodges it somewhere.
Even dazed, where Cicatrix is not hit so easily by that.
Faster.
That's
Dragon
disgusting.
than most. This goblin tries to rally more goblins around him. He does, which he will then make into a volley against the Misere.
Yeah, that'll hit, for sure.
As hundreds of little arrows fly everywhere.
Into little nooks and crannies. Okay.
Yeah.
97 minus 22. 75 HP. Okay.
He's not smart enough to know what a magic amulet is, so he'll move in, swing his big club.
That will miss, and so will not provoke the penalty of being hit.
Shifts here and will swing with advantage.
Will not provoke the penalty.
This one
Well,
moves in here with advantage. And charge. You know what? No.
Oh,
Cicatrix.
yes. I will use my.
Look at that.
Yeah.
2. Make the attack.
Yeah.
That will be a 29, which is a miss, though.
Aw. That's right.
All
And
right, yeah.
I suppose I'll try and save.
That is the idea. You can shake all the rock dust and such out of your eyes and mouth. And
No.
persist.
I cannot, as it turns out.
Stand up. Try to gather his rocky stomping power. No. Well, then he'll have to take out the fancy rocky stomping power.
Oh dear.
Yeah. You'd hope that there would be more dragons within that range, but so be it. One will have to suffice.
Was like we tried to not bunch up,
Yeah, you know.
unlike last time.
Avalanche Stomp.
Close burst 3. Okay, yeah, that definitely hits me. I take 17 damage.
You're grabbed by earth and stone.
Okay, I'm at 58 HP, which is definitely enough to bloody me. And I am not prone, Grimmeth.
Basically, it's a restrain.
Yeah. Prone and bloodied and restrained. Got it. So there's a fortitude and reflex of 25 against escape attempts. Got it. The dragon is grabbed.
As basically rocks and earth begins to mold itself up. Her limbs, like holding her down.
I see that.
This guy gets to try to recharge his stony power. No, that is not a recharge. Well, that is bad. None of you are slowed at the moment. You need to be slowed. He has advantage against Malignant, so we'll take that with Warwick.
He has advantage. Oh,
20.
flanking, yeah. Yeah, that hits for 20 damage.
Alright, you're a slowed save in. Shift over here.
Oh.
Then it's your turn.
Valegnev's gonna use...
You take your ongoing damage first.
That is true. Valegnev's gonna use some Divine Fortune for +1 on a healing strike. The attack notorious for never hitting. 44, okay.
Who was it against?
Against the rune cover.
Okay.
20 radiant. The rune cover is marked by Valegnev. And in addition, he himself will spend a healing surge +5. There we go.
Giant sort of knocked about and staggering back. Not the fortress of defense you remember, perhaps. Not because they gotten weaker, because you've certainly grown in the years it's been.
Been a few years, hasn't it? Yeah.
Goblin will try to gather more goblins. No. Well, what can you do then? You can do this. He will yell for all the goblins he can to pile onto Velignith. But he fails to distract them.
Zure Lidrathier. Contemplates the situation. Thinks about what she's capable of. Alright, yeah, sure. I think standard action is going to be activating her second wind. I think we'll do that in this situation as I'm being held by the stones. Now, of course, she has some synergistic items. She gains a +4 bonus to all defenses until her start of her next turn after using her second wind. And she gains an extra 14 hit points on top of her normal usage, which is 32. So, it would be 58 plus 32 plus 14. She's at 104 HP. She's no longer bloodied.
All right. And +4 to all defenses.
+4 to all defenses. I think her move and minor action are just going to be spent like staring at the rune carver, or like a goading like taunt. She's not going to do anything else.
All right.
She's not afraid of this giant.
Let's try to recharge. He does recharge.
Oh my lord.
Well, I mean, Vesicatrix is still ace. That seems a
Still
little
this. Oh yeah, it's true.
not necessary, really. So it'll be targeting Velignith here with the Shattering Rock Burst.
Give myself 33. Yeah.
Right, 19 damage and dazed save ends. Did you forget to save against your slow?
I did, and
guess
against
you
the
also put up
ongoing
the
as
save.
well.
Damage.
Okay, ongoing first, and the slow.
Still slowed, ongoing's gone. Alright. That's good for him. This goblin gets to try to recharge his volley shot. He does. Means he can shoot at Emissary with a volley.
That will miss.
This giant gets to swing his club. Surely it's easier now that... No.
Nope, that will miss.
This guy... No.
Also miss.
Well, you know. It's
The
hard.
ba-
Club strike the dragons restrained, just swinging.
Restrained dragon. She's like smacking them with the tail.
As much like they hit the scales, it just does nothing.
Yeah, hit the scales and it does nothing. Much like when you hit a giant, sometimes it just does nothing.
Yeah. They're tough. Vesicatrix.
Yes. Which one of my skills? This one. I will use her deft strike.
52 versus armor class.
Oh, you said yourself to have an attack bonus on your token that is
Yeah. I might not.
It's like 52.
temporary attack
Little-
bonuses.
yes, that seems a little.
52, yeah, that's...
23 lower.
Yeah, that's not okay.
There we
But
go.
yeah, before you attack, you shift.
Yeah, I sure do. I move up to 2. Wait, wait, was I? Yes, I was standing here, right?
Nope, you show where.
I had combat
Uh,
advantages here.
All right, so this is then
I can.
29 plus
It-
2 is 31. That is a hit. Just a hit.
Oh, cool.
16 damage.
Flanking, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely.
You're not flanking because Velignith
You're
cannot.
both dazed.
Velignith cannot provide combat advantage, so you don't even get combat advantage on that attack. He's
Boo.
dazed.
It's true.
That makes me sad.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, a little bit.
Maybe you
Inside.
can save.
I don't know about that. Like, no. Oh my God! 2 5s and a 4.
Yeah,
Uh,
we've had.
Harry, I've once failed 11 saving throws in a row. So
They say it's random. I just this.
That's
If
really
it- That's the thing with a coin flip. It can fall the same way 11
oh yeah,
times.
it sure can.
Shift backwards.
It shifts and she teleports out of the grab.
Oh, you should have known. Well, I mean, what can you really do about that? I guess he could have tried to recharge his Earth Stomp.
We'll put her
No,
here instead.
no. Well, I mean, what you gonna do? He's just gonna have to provoke, really.
Okay.
He doesn't have that many.
All right. We'll provoke. We'll see if I can hit him with. I can use this in the place of a melee basic attack, so I will do so. Grasping Claws, 26 versus Reflex.
That just hits, yeah.
Okay, 14 damage, and the shaman is slowed until the end of my next turn.
But he gets to launch his Quaker Stone into melee.
30 versus armor class is a miss.
Great. That's what you want to see. He has spent his action point. Just try to do a crushing grasp, just reaching out to grab you. Squeeze your body with enormous strength.
Yeah, I'm grabbed and squeezed.
Doesn't actually grab you. Like,
yeah,
crush
I take 30 damage. He'll take 5 damage.
Oh. That's actually not a very great turn. He's slowed until end of
My next turn.
Okay. This guy over here gets to try to recharge his turn people to stone power. Nope. Well, he can try to get Malignant then with another advantage to pick, which fails.
Misses.
Then he can shift down here. No,
But I was gonna try to hit him, I think.
all right.
Yeah.
Sneers at you. Says something in giant.
I was gonna say something in pain.
No, you!
33 for 37 radiant damage. Nice.
Crushes him.
And you can slide or cicatrix 2 squares.
Sure. Come here. No, that's
What?
a bad idea.
What?
Just stay there.
You can slide her away 2 squares if you'd
Oh, you
like.
did. Well, no. Are you gonna pick me over there then?
Yeah, just go there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for that fucking rock through down there. Made me dazed.
He's been an asshole every single time, that rock thrower.
Yeah, like
Alright, save against slow, save against daze. No.
I hate him.
Yes, you should. We all do, collectively.
This goblin calls for reinforcements.
I'll kill him and then I'll take his face and throw it.
In Missouri, you're being overwhelmed by goblins.
I'll be damned. I grant combat advantage.
Not that it's really gonna last long.
Okay, until the end of its next turn. Okay.
You can shake him off easily enough.
Oh, shit. Okay. So, my bonus from second wind is gone. I think as a minor action, gonna flick my head over here and breathe poison on the shaman and that war boss over there.
Oh, no.
Finally wiggled my ass into his range. These minion hill giants, they're fine enough, but if they hit me, that damn volleying, that's gotta stop. So it's 2 targets, 26 and 25 against reflex.
It hits the shaman, but the goblins scurry away.
My goodness, how could they do that?
Well, he does. I guess he just has more goblins in front of him.
It's probably it. They take the hit.
Yeah.
Okay. She looks at the Earthshaker Shaman then. 1 power point, brutal barrage attack, and he is slowed, which means he qualifies for my beguiling advantage. That'll be a looks like a 31, 31, 29, and the 23 is a miss.
31's also miss.
Okay, that's all misses. That's 24 points of damage, and it does not fall prone. All right. That's right. Beat it down anyway with just my sheer number of attacks.
He's rocky outside, cracking and beginning to break away.
Move action. I will not convert to anything. Just remain with my eyes focused on this damn shaman, and I will end my turn.
If my life is sacrificed for the All-Father's will, so be it.
She reports, the scourge of the All-Father will destroy you for your weakness.
Actually, I think I'm the All-Father's will.
Cover the shattering rock burst. There's only one target who isn't dazed right now. So, turn to Missouri for a shattering rock burst.
That doesn't hit.
This goblin almost got hit by a terrible dark power. He does not recover his thing. He's used his venomed arrows. It's a bad idea, but he's a brave goblin. Yeah, I mean, it could go well. Yeah. As he would move in, charging, and using overwhelming numbers.
That hits.
Okay, you take 9 damage, and he gets to run away as other goblins fight on his behalf.
He'll take 6 points of damage.
What this means is he didn't actually charge. He just made others think that he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if this is 5. Good work, goblins. Missouri is surprised by this assault.
So here, swings club at Vesicatrix.
I believe that will hit. Like,
Yeah, you're dazed.
Yeah.
10 damage.
10 damage.
And you're pushed
Here.
one square.
I have a reaction, but let me take the
You-
damage first.
You cannot take immediate actions, opportunity attacks. You're dazed.
Oh.
As this, the rock burst, rock throw over here just told you can't have fun, basically. And then the hill giant here will swing at Missouri.
That misses.
Nope.
I do remember the rock thrower being the kind of guy who hates fun.
Over here will swing at. That's a natural 20 for 10 damage and a push.
Yep, it is. Push me.
Wonderful. Vesicatrix.
Yeah.
Oh, the shaman's no longer slowed, by the way.
For him.
Well, you know, I am stuck over here with no one action. So, you know, we're just gonna do the diff strike. You know it. We can shift or move to.
Yeah, I mean, that'll.
Yeah, being able to move and attack in the same action certainly makes dazed less of a problem.
Yeah, you know, that's rogue bullshit. You have cleric bullshit. I have my movement. And I get my 10 hit points. So that's nice. And then, I mean, let's see. For another 5. Maybe a 4.
Could happen.
Oh, I did it!
You're no longer dazed.
Oh,
Not now.
oh yeah, I gotta say. But it looks good.
He gets get like that rock dust out of her eyes. Just
look at the token. She's she's looking up, but imagine it's looking down on that fucking rock thing. That's me. I mean, I was dazed, so.
Shaman's got like 2 recharge rolls to do. Yes, he recovers. Second, which is E, which is the earth-shaking stomp, which he'll do. Okay. Net 20
Okay.
for 26 damage.
All right. 65 minus 26. I'm very much bloodied.
Shit.
Yeah. He shifts? Okay, then I won't even bother knocking myself prone as she teleports here.
He has to remember that one day. Yeah. He stomps the dragon, like begins stumbling. He steps back and it's there.
She immediately like rewrites herself, like appearing behind the shaman.
Yeah, old anime style.
Turns around.
Hmm.
You are persistent beast. I suppose it is the punishment for my failures. He
She
begins to
sort of-
resign himself to this.
Yes,
this
definitely.
She grits her teeth. Doesn't say anything.
Your failure is enough for you and your family to be perished.
Alright, the Cicatrix got rogue bullshit. I have similar bullshit as well. Malignant Wall, advance inexorably. He gets to shift one square before each attack, and the first one is a 44
Yeah.
for 61.
Well, the second attack won't matter. You won't be able to make that attack because it's dead.
Yeah, alright. He had 1 hit point, really.
You can still
But they're minions.
before the second attack. I mean, if you want
Oh, there are grunts. Alright, yeah. I'll take the second shift.
you strike and crush the.
I did not realize they were minions because they're as large as we are.
Yeah, well, others have fallen before them.
Yeah. I did think, odd, he had 1 hit point left.
You should make some saves.
Yes,
it's
I
the
should.
Make some saves.
That is the slow,
Yeah.
the dazed.
But you might get hit by a volley.
Yes.
Natural 20,
Oh my god.
as a matter of fact, for 29 damage.
Okay.
Just as he like shakes the dirt out, it's just in time to see like 100 goblin arrows just cover his face as this thing goes hydro. In Missouri.
Cuts her eyes. And this damn shaman.
Yeah.
Looking back, the others, good. It looks like they've workshopped their way through that so they can actually be of some assistance. It's good. Good. Her tactic here of stalling has worked out. I think she will spend 2 of her power points to make a Twisted Eye attack against the shaman. A 31 versus armor class. Yuck.
Yeah, just
Alright, he'll take 6 points of damage, but is not blinded.
for
I
minions.
think,
But it's power.
yeah, I think she'll remain here. Yeah, it'll be the end of her turn.
Rock thrower. Maybe he can get his power back. You never know. Well, I guess you do.
He has been doing amazing on those rolls.
He has. He's a real champ.
Father,
Step a little closer here so you can hit Malignith with this.
he is like the Rock King.
Don't daze me, that's also not enough.
He's not.
Yes.
Oh well.
Yes. Oh,
Rock King.
your
That's
silly
true.
mistake. You will soon be dead.
This goblin has to do recharge roll. Another one. He recharges both his power. Well, you know what? That overwhelming attack worked well, so we'll do that.
She's
Yep.
definitely hit, but it's going to trigger an immediate reaction from her. I think it's enough of that this time. She's been hit by an attack, so each enemy in a close burst 3.
Huh.
Like so. Or like so. And these 3. An empathic feedback comes out. This is a close burst. 39, a 22, and a 34. That fucking bastard goblin.
Missed the goblin, yeah. The 2 others are hit.
Yep, that's 17 damage, and they're pushed 3 squares. The war boss takes half damage and is pushed 1 square.
Takes half.
Oh my.
She's covered in goblins, and then she
Yeah.
like just explodes.
Like psionic energy just like radiates out of her and just sends them flinging back.
As the war boss like runs away, basically before he gets too involved.
Surprise,
You
mother-
should-
The
He also
shaft
takes
is
6 damage.
thrown back.
Okay.
Oh, he takes damage too.
The hill giant goes down. The Earthshaker Shaman finally gets the distance he's been craving.
Yeah, not the way he wanted it though. Hill Giant dead. Cicatrix.
It's me, and I can, I can move again.
Boulders.
Oh.
Oh no, rock thrower, run away!
Yeah. I will use my first one. So you're gonna roll that again. That's rock thrower, and now the other guy.
Other guys missed. Thrower's
Yeah.
turn. 15
Yeah.
and -2.
And yes, 2 attack rolls.
Sure.
Till the end of your next turn.
Yeah, and I can shift 1 square. Which I mean, I will do.
Okay.
I'll shift. Wait, was I? I was just here.
Just leave the shaman completely unengaged.
Like,
Yes.
yeah, no, go here. They're both ranged.
They're both
Really?
range.
It's just to get the AC.
They did come here to destroy mine, so. That is no recharges for him. So be it. He will try to use his crushing grasp at the Cicatrix. Gotta get rid of this dragon.
No.
Let's shift.
Right, let's see. Can I? I'm too slow.
You can kill the goblin whoppers.
Try to.
Sure. I'd rather focus fire the shaman, honestly. And I do have ranged options.
Yeah, I do agree. Focus firing the giant. Giant's a great idea.
Remember, I am not immune to fire.
Don't worry about that. If we'll go here, then he will first of all give himself a little pygmy up here. Oh, that's sad. For +23. That gives him 51, and then he's gonna cast a Sacred Flame on the shaman here.
That's
20
almost...
versus reflex.
It's a miss.
Oh lord.
Damn. It's such a good will to
But
never works out. That is a move, a minor, and a standard, so that's me. I've got nothing to save against.
alright. This little guy gets to make a no. Well, overwhelming numbers. Get this dragon.
They do.
Yeah.
8 points of damage, and then he can shift away again.
Okay.
Some beautiful harpy hag goblins here.
I imagine some of them just go forth with their little spears, and then the rest just are like a chain of pulling them back into shirts, just like ink.
I mean, the 8 damage is basically the little bit more tired Relignith gets for having to smash him.
Yeah. It's true.
Missouri looks around and easily stomps on goblins as she moves their move action. I do move 9 spaces, so
It's a very fast dragon.
7, 8, 9. Yeah, we'll do it like that. That'll be fine.
Oh my god. Like, whoop.
Missouri is faster than ever. Perhaps terrifying.
She's so fast.
Just casually, with ease. She's been saving up all of her effort for this moment. And will 1 power point Brutal Barrage attack the shaman.
That is years of saved up effort.
Years of saved up effort. She's been bottling that up.
I'm gonna have to lie down for a lot.
Looks like 237, so it's going to be 2 hits then.
2 hits, yeah.
So that'll be 24 damage, and the shaker's knocked prone.
Jeez. Once again, made one with the earth.
Knocked prone.
Yeah. I'm down to 1 power point. That'll be the end of my turn. She looks at that war boss though, who's been sending goblins at her. Like, you're next. She just
Yeah, I'm busy now, but won't keep beats.
This guy will shift backwards. And he'll use the Shattering Rock Burst on my Cicatrix.
She'll just miss him. Just miss her.
Yeah, well, he has -2 to hit as well.
That's true. 23
It's
versus 4.
Yeah.
Oh, she was in there. So yeah,
Actually.
just miss.
I will not be dazed anymore.
Uh,
Son of a bitch.
this goblin gets
Probably.
to recharge his No, still no volley goblins. Only charging goblins. So I guess that's what he'll do.
Not this time.
Oh,
We'll
no.
take half damage.
Well, half damage, still pretty good, but he doesn't get to leave, which is
30,
unfortunate for him.
39. Half of 9. Good God, 19 damage on that. Ridiculous. Okay. Somehow. It's a lot of goblins that are just hopping into my mouth.
It's too many.
I can't digest that fast.
Oh, my jaw, it's opening too wide.
I think to the shift.
I flew to sharp edges.
I just think I have fucking AOE for the left. No, we don't. That's fine. We will pause to strike. We will target the Earth Shaman. Surely that guy is starting to be a little tired.
I mean, he's bloodied and on the ground, so... Ooh,
Oh,
oh, my, that is a natural 20.
oh lord.
So
Here we
that's-
go again.
Well, we start with sneak attack,
Alright, we're at 30.
and then we do a critical hit dice,
It's 50.
Okay.
and then we do offhand. Oh lord.
What? Oh, that's with the weird plus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
so that's 62.
Yep. Here we go. Do you want me to roll it again?
Roll what again?
The offhand.
Attack, yeah. Without
Hmm.
the...
I'm flanking.
That won't hit then.
That'll
No,
just...
with a +2? No, yeah, that's
Yeah, my 31s weren't hitting it, so no, your 31 won't hit it.
50, and then, of course, we max the initial die, which is plus 3 more. So,
53.
that's acceptable.
it's pretty good.
Fun at will.
Yeah.
Oh, also, if the target attacks you before your next turn and it's within reach, you can make a strength versus AC attack against it as an immediate intro.
All right. You just keep that in mind
Oh, I will.
as you'll stand up. 3 charges to make. Maybe he has just what? No. Not have just one. Well, that hurt. But he is currently
Parley?
marked. He will try to grasp you, Mr. Ray.
Yes, that hits.
Good.
Oh my
I'm
lord.
down. It'll take 4 HP of damage. I'm down to 7 hit points.
Perhaps we shall go together to the old
Where's
father's
the
home.
cleric?
Listen, I've got things.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I can. Emmy here, no issue. So Emmy, you may spend a healing surge plus 20. As the reinvigorating fire that Valignif has that he just has washes over. Valignif himself will recover 6.
Okay, I am still bloodied.
Then he will move here and smash this Earthshaker Shaman with more fire with the Forge Master's flank. He is
I
flanking.
wish he gets his burst back.
43 versus AC. For 32 fire and
You're going to override my mark, which is unfortunate.
yes, and also Emmy may spend another healing surge.
Sure.
Nice.
Which again is a plus 6 on that.
Alright, I guess I'm no longer bloodied now. Down to 12 healing surges.
Oh no.
Oh.
And that'll be Valignif's turn.
Well, I mean, this goblin is doing good work, right? So
My.
that is like a yes on the volley. So that's what he'll do. Shooting Relictus in the back here. No. Shoot wide. Shoot one of the giant corpses. Shoot the
Oh,
biggin is a tough order to deliver.
The Missouri leader there looks at this fucking goblin war boss. I think the shaman is one thing, but this little goblin has dared to dream, and she's like, that will be enough of that. She will spend her final power point on a brutal barrage attack against this fucking war boss.
He pretty much feels like he's invincible.
No. That will be one crit, a 36, a 29, and a 29.
Yeah, they're all hits.
Okay. 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 3d8. 41 points of damage on the war boss, and he's knocked prone. As goblins just go scattering.
He's bloodied. Which, for these guys, turns out that there's always someone else ready to take his place. The first time he's bloodied, he instead is given full hit points as another goblin takes over.
Replaced.
So, despite all of the goblins I've killed, they're all fully healed.
He's permanently dazed now because he's a worse leader.
Well, at least I killed that bastard who did
Oh
that.
yeah, no, he's dead.
Mm.
And now another one has grabbed his big hat, and now he is the boss.
Fucking kidding me. Alright. I will use a free action to activate my Ring of Mental Power and Counter Power. I have no power points, and I will regain a power point.
There you go.
And I think I will shift here. Open myself up to combat advantage. That'll be the end of my turn.
Try to recharge, and he does recharge.
Actually, that won't be combat advantage. Like bastard phase.
Shift backwards and try to throw a rock burst at the Vesicatrix there. Oh well. Goblin has some recharge rolls to do.
I'm the new leader.
That is a yes on the volley, but he is in melee and dazed.
And dazed.
So
One action.
He'll try to distract Missouri with other goblins. Over
Yes.
in goblins, and that's it then. Yeah.
Okay.
Cicatrix.
Yes. We will hit the Earthshaker. You know, it's fine. It's not like we wanted to keep that other guy in combat anyway.
That hits.
Good. Flanking, yes.
29. Crunch.
This guy is
breaking apart.
so healthy. Just go down already.
Stone giants do.
I hate him.
Made of rocks.
You guys can. Well, he can shift out then. God. All right, that's it. I really don't want to permit this stupid rock thrower, but I think this guy's more important.
Rock thrower has been missing everything since he had his wonder shot.
Since he fucking hit us all with days, yeah.
No, and a yes on the earth-shaking stomp, which is the perfect time.
I was gonna
Yep.
say,
Yeah, now's the time that everyone has gathered.
Relignith,
Yes.
for Cicatrix,
no!
No.
Whew!
and
Doesn't
Illy,
hit me.
I smacked
Well-
him.
just
Half damage.
He attacked me.
it's not a melee attack though. Close numbers.
No.
No, if the target attacks you before next turn, I'm just gonna look up the.
And is within reach.
Well,
Yeah, it
then
doesn't specify the attack thing. So yeah.
Yes.
If the target attacks you before, yeah,
Good. Yeah. You can make your riposte.
basic.
Strike.
Basic.
Strength versus armor class attack.
That hits.
All right.
Another 12.
So am I taking half of the 18 or half of the 21?
The 18.
Okay.
Original damage.
So
Let's
9.
take
And
the 9 too.
yeah, where Cicatrix also takes 9.
Oh.
As the riposte kills him. He stomps down, the rocks go up flying everywhere, and I suppose we
Take
should
9?
fly to his face.
Actually, I don't even take the 9 because that immediate interrupt happens before my attack comes in.
I was gonna say I take 9 and have 1 temp hit point, and then I kill him and get my 10. So
I think it's an AoE, so all those rolls can happen at the same time.
Okay.
It's a simultaneous.
Got it.
But he is dead. Willigans is prone. The rock dust. Goblins covering his body. Dead
But-
and some alive, supposedly.
William is gonna stand up. Then he's gonna throw some sacred flame at this rock throw over there. I'm 23.
That's range 5. You'll have to move one.
Oh, am I not in 5? No, I'm not. Yeah, then let's do that against the goblin instead, who is in 5.
Right. That misses the boss. He nearly
Right.
jumps around behind a rock.
Wonderful.
Kill some other goblins with it, but
That'll be his turn.
this guy up here, he could also rule somewhere else. He gets the volley back though, so he'll shoot with the volley on Malignant. Get him some arrows.
That misses.
Okay. Missouri.
Okay. Spend 1 power point on a brutal barrage attack against the new Goblin War boss, who is dazed, so she will deal extra damage equal to her charisma modifier. 24, 39, 35, and 22. That's a 1. Yuck.
The 24 misses.
Okay. So that'll be 10 plus 10 plus 6 plus 6 damage. 32 points of damage, and the war boss is not prone, as the dragon begins lashing out at all these goblins that have been nagging her. I don't think I'll move. That'll be the end of my turn. Actually, I will shift. Actually, it's dazed, so it doesn't even provoke combat advantage. I can just move freely. We'll move like here.
Laying there. So we'll move back here and throw a rock at Resigatrix. Like a hit.
no, I have my combat attack from. I have concealment.
Okay. Barely hits. Scratches him flying past.
Yeah, I mean that was pretty close.
He tries to knock the dragon down to stop it from coming for him. This goblin will stand up, I guess. Yeah.
And that's its action.
Well, see now I'm in a pickle because I see it.
You're not in a pickle. Like, that rock throw has literally been haunting you this entire combat. How is that a pickle?
Nice combat advantage out there. You understand? I have a D4 for my at will.
If you come over here, it's just going to daze you, and then you won't be able to reach the rock thrower.
Yeah, just engage the rock thrower.
I understand your striker greed for damage dice, but if you're dazed, you're not going to be able to catch it.
I'm not a defender. I want to kill stuff.
That hits.
It does?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
He's a hill giant. He's not particularly smart or good. He just throws rocks at stuff.
Oh, I could move 2 before.
Good.
I want to move here. But I want to start chasing, so he will go over to the liquid.
Alright, Brittany will move here. And then he's gonna charge. Let's see, what is the closest? 5 of these. So he's gonna go here. And melee basic attack, go. Oh, that's a crit for 48.
Oh lord!
He's bloodied. As he basically turned to Resigatrix, right? As he just moved around and gets like jumped on the back. Just like flies into him. Teeth and claws.
Oh yeah.
This goblin is excited about the action. He's perfectly fine. Has not been attacked a single. No, that doesn't count.
5d6 on crit?
Yeah, he's got a +5 weapon and a high crit weapon, which adds another to d12.
Yeah. Oh lord.
Right. That is all his.
Oh, you got the new weapon. That's true.
Move over here. Can he reach that? Anyone with his volley? He can. He'll shoot at Relignith. Someday he'll hit. So I get today.
That is it, yes.
The arrows fly.
Malignant is bloodied.
My name is right.
Okay. Unaugmented brutal barrage attack, as I am out of power points. So just the first three. 27, 24, and 35.
24 misses.
Okay, so there'll be 2 hits. Be 26 points of damage, and the war boss is knocked prone again.
Bloodied once more.
No other replacements this time.
No. No one else wants the job.
That'll be the end of her turn as she waits and the goblins devouring him.
Breakings, man, get into this guy.
Mm-hmm.
This one gets to do a recharge roll. Yes. Step back like so. We'll look to Malignant and we'll do a Shattering Rock Burst. That is a
Miss.
total whiff. Unfortunate for him. This goblin can't even get up. What do you do in that situation?
Look at all the fucking effects on him. Like,
Overwhelming numbers. No.
Not quite. I'll take half damage.
all the overwhelming numbers are lying on their ass.
I mean, they're usually just running up there, right? Getting
Yeah.
in the way and such, but yeah.
Definitely
Scratching
get in
his
the way.
legs. One of them is bitten in his finger and it's just like hanging there.
Music tricks.
Yeah, I mean, no.
You can use spacebar to route yourself around.
Yeah, I was like, and you know, well, it really
Roars in your face.
I'll shift, and then you know I'll do this anyway.
Well, sometimes a D4 is enough.
Oh,
Justin
There you go. No one has to be dazed anymore,
collapses
except for the
down,
goblins.
dies,
yes, very pleased.
leaving just piles of goblins everywhere.
Somehow they are the last standing.
Of
Yeah.
course they are. They're the least dangerous.
I'm
Alright, Malignant will go here and shoot some Sacred Flame at this Goblin War Boss.
You mean the prone one? I guess he has J, so that counteracts it.
Yep.
Nice.
That's a 19 for 9. And Amy can take 9 temper points.
Okay, now we'll do so.
Here, let's try to recover his volley. Will shoot a volley at Malignant.
Yes.
Well, it doesn't hit well, but it
Mhm.
will be
Three attacks against the dazed Goblin War Boss, so that'll be a 26 instead of a 24.
then it all hits.
Yeah, all hits, so it'll be 30 points of damage. See no reason to move. I'll end my turn.
He is now officially a minion.
Congratulations on your promotion. It's just the War Boss that's left.
Well, he'll call. You can do it in tug of opportunity. So he'll call for volley at melee.
I rolled a
Shoot it.
1.
Shoot it.
Oh
He doesn't.
no.
Yeah, I'm hit. You
Yes.
did it.
Behind him, lots of arrows.
You did it.
I guess.
Shocking. Yeah, I'll drop down to 71 hit points.
What a hero in the making. Wink, wink.
yeah.
Cicatrix.
Yeah, I sadly will have to double move either way. So
You can move and charge.
that's true. I could do that. That's true. I'll do that. George. You know.
It's
Oh, good.
flash.
I suppose I should.
Yes.
Alright. Hey.
Goblins just fly everywhere as the dragon charges forward. Just like a snow plow.
everything was going so great for that untouched group.
Yeah, they've been shooting arrows everywhere.
Having a
I
good
feel like
time.
they were winning this fight. You know,
I
these
think
dragons are terribly outnumbered.
we'll free up Emmy here, hopefully. And actually, I think we'll no. I'll just do this. Hit it. 37. 21 damage. That's actually pretty good.
Or they're killed. All the goblins are now useless and pointless because they can't coordinate. No matter how many of them there are, they'll just fail.
All right. So many goblins.
He can use. He charges his volley shot. Then he will. No, then he'll use overwhelming numbers as counter charge from goblins just pouring onto Cicatrix's face. She'll get to shift him. Cicatrix takes 10 damage
Okay.
from goblins to the face.
That's rude.
He's right. I mean, this
Okay.
goblin doesn't necessarily really want to be here anymore.
I understand.
The 9 movement. Wading through goblins.
Fucking God.
Yep.
Her hunting has never been easier.
Oh yeah, I've been saving all my power for this moment. Unaugmented brutal barrage attack. 32, 38, and 25 against armor
25
class.
just misses.
Okay, that'll be 18 points of damage and knocked prone.
Begins.
Yep, as the goblins are just like scattered. They're flying like, that will be enough out of you, weaklings.
Vossa knocked to the ground.
Severely angry after all the charges she's been gotten by goblins and the volleys. Like, how dare they? Like,
Shift. Death strike.
the temerity to attack dragons.
Hits.
And I have
Yep.
combat
You
advantage.
do. Right, so 33.
Giants are our power equal. Goblins are not our power equal.
It
No.
is healed and dazed forever.
Replaced by a new war boss.
Eaten. And then another guy steps up and begins doing the exact same thing. Except worse in every way.
Surely the new one would not be prone, right?
Oh no, he jumps down to get the hat.
Oh, of course. Okay.
It makes perfect sense.
Now I just wish it was a big enough hat that we could put it on after, but it's not.
Huh?
It makes me sad.
So full hit points, yeah.
I'm
Very small hat for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I just want to like put the
Feel-
hat on after, but
Go here.
You become king.
Do some of this. 24.
24 misses. They have
Right.
very good reflex, all things considered.
Yeah.
just goblin.
They're so small and nimble.
Yeah.
Well,
mean-
dazed and prone, and having no. You know, he's taking command in this time of crisis, and he gets what he hoped for. Overwhelming numbers with Cicatrix.
Yeah, that'll do
15
it.
damage, and he can shift over here. Somehow, well, he can't shift while prone, can he?
Wait, 15 damage?
13.
Okay. Matters. 'Cause I'm gonna be bloodied. And I have something for that. Oh, but he shifts. What if it's
Checking if you
immediate
can.
interrupt?
Immediate interrupt, you just do immediately.
So I take damage and like, but has he already shifted then?
Just do it.
The first time you're bloodied during an encounter, you can make a basic attack as an immediate reaction.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
That's a
That's-
19, if you
Yeah,
care.
I was gonna say that sets off our.
I guess that's max damage on that too, then.
You don't get the sneak attack. It's the same round. You get it once per round.
Oh, that's true.
But you get the crit there.
And offhand.
16 bonus damage, and an offhand that also hits. 12 more. And he can, I guess, like roll
Sure.
over here. Maybe he's carried by his like, little worshippers.
Missouri.
Not good.
All right. It's dazed, and that's mechanically superior for me. With my beguiling advantage, so I will once again perform that attack. Brutal Barrage. A 26, 41, and 32.
All hits.
All right, that's 18. That's 30 points of damage, excuse me. The target is knocked prone, but we already know that. And as a minor action, I'll just go ahead and mark the damn thing. No more of that without punishment.
Secret checks.
Shift. Yeah.
Yep, that hits.
Oh, good. Yeah, yes.
Poor thing.
Poor thing.
All right.
It had every opportunity to flee.
They all, yeah, they're leaving.
They will not leave. I will eat as many as I can.
Leaving the battlefield just a mess of bird phalanx and slash giants and victorious dragons.
Indeed.
Like narrows her eyes, inhales deeply, and says, "That's one group."
Yeah. I was thinking that's one.
Probably in the session, taking her short rest. Yep.
Yep.
Oh, definitely. Please.
I'm gonna take a long rest in real life very soon.
That's also true.
1 plus 32. I guess I'll spend another healing surge on top of that. Yeah, sure, I have them to spare. Okay. At full HP, I'm down to 10 healing surges, guys. Whew.
Oh no.
Oh,
I keep thinking poor Varistrix had 6 at full.
I have 8.
So you've used 2 now, Ari?
Yeah.
Did you? Okay. It's 6 now. Okay, yeah. Yeah, just 15 healing surges, no big deal.
10 hit point really helps.
That's why I was a bit lenient on using daily powers. I used the Talon Amulet and the Empathic Feedback. I still got my daily.
Any dailies, I'm ready to murder.
Yep, I'm decent on resources as well.
It worked out decently. Ari being out of combat for the entire first round was unfortunate, but we made it work.
Yeah, that was dumb.
You got to keep the initiative.
Yeah, no, like I was like, as soon as I'd said it and we were like moved on, I was like, no, that doesn't work. There's so many. Like I scrolled down in the initiative and I was like, oh god.
It's okay.
Though it can be dangerous to be the first person to charge in, too.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Get peppered with rocks.
I'm not exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, it's that rogue problem of you've got high dex, so you've got good initiative, but you don't want to act first.
I was also like, yeah, then you get advantage on your first roll. That's nice and all, But then there's like 50 guys. We're like, oh hey, look, the DPS is here.
I mean, it's nice if you get ambushed, right? Then you can.
Yeah.
Instead.
Yep. Worked out pretty well, though. Understandably, you don't want to be the target of the attacks. Better to have someone else be the target of the attacks, though. That damn rock thrower. Once again.
Got you good.
I'm glad I have movement in my shit.
I mean, if you remember the suggested forces, the one going to the fort is the one that was said to want to bury an avalanche of rock throwers.
Yeah, let's just not go there.
Yeah.
It's lost forever.
It's lost. No, I think we can do it. I think with all the power we have, we probably
say.
We probably should do it.
Alright, I am going to end the stream here. I did realize I had the initiative hidden for the entire combat, so apologies for that.
Oh, good. I actually, didn't do anything stupid with initiative. That was just a goof.
And I'll, stream people, YouTube people, see you next session.
See you all next session. Woo!